some base. The power's out, and now I cannot see. And therefore, my life is now in danger. Yep, it's in danger. Ah! Oh my goodness!
I was trying to fix it up.
Another gifted sub!
Hi, guys.
You died? You
Not supposed to die. That's.
Backward for the same Pokemon, and only Zach got it. Oh, we have a new person in chat. Shit. Turn off the spiel.
Run.
Shit.
Yes, spiel, run.
Hi. I promise. We're normal.
Did you appreciate that?
We here?
Did you appreciate that?
Yes, we appreciated it.
Are we audible?
Oh! We want to see it again. We want to see it again.
Yes.
Yeah, we want to see it.
Show it again.
Show me.
One more time.
Show me. Just for the people in the back, let's run it again.
Yeah.
Run it back.
Run it back.
Welcome to Anathema Rising, the story of Crescent Heart. Welcome in.
Oh, I thought you were gonna keep going.
Damn.
Yeah, he thought you thought keep going. I gotta wait on Paladin to get back. He's gotta hear it too. Paladin went to go get the big die. He went to go get the big
I'm
one.
just saying, if our characters reflected in our PNGs, yeah, we're
What? What's wrong with the PNGs?
Bam.
Wait, what is that saying about me?
No, I'm more referring to me and Bam.
We are perfectly pristine and battle ready. What are you talking about?
You're just a little guy.
Man, you're like 2 inches tall and I'm a talking pancake, brother.
Size does not matter. It is how you utilize it. And I will utilize this shit well.
Would be so fucking.
I would be the only motherfucker alive because ain't nobody gonna find me.
I'll blind people with syrup and buddy.
Oh my god.
I'm a bunny cake.
Where did he really run? Paladin run! We started!
I sprinted all the way downstairs, jumped over my dog,
He's probably ordering a
flipped
pizza.
on the stairs,
Wow.
got here sooner than him.
Wow.
Nothing's
Taking
wrong
your
with
sweet
Bam,
ass
but could you just imagine the
time.
two of us walking? He's like 2 inches tall, and like I said, I'm a talking fucking pancake.
Alright,
Would be
alright.
squishy.
Alright. Welcome, chatters. My name is AeriFae. You can call me Eri or Fae, it doesn't matter. I do have a couple of moderators who should be on hand any second now if they're not already. They are most likely lurking, but they will be responsible for answering any questions you have in chat to the best of their ability. Anything else I will answer throughout intermission. If there are any questions, you can also ask in the D&D Nerd Alert channel of our Discord if somebody wants to put in !Discord, not !DISC, Discord, thank you. DISC is the disclaimer that says moderators will be responsible for chat this stream. Arian players will only respond if not immersed in campaign activities. Please be patient and thank you. We are actively starting our first session of this campaign. We've done a couple of pre-session setups, a couple of streams related to it, but primarily offline, working on some of their character aspects and some of the world building, which you will all discover with my players as we go forward. This is an original homebrew campaign. You can see the map just above all of our PNGs. This is Crescent Heart, and I did make this map using a beautiful tool called Incarnate. I'm not sponsored, I'm just saying that's what I used, which is really handy for this kind of thing. And then I also made a secondary map, which we'll get to in a moment when I'm introducing the other players. Is he back yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Perfect.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I just needed to make sure you were back. All right, and if you have any other basic questions, you can put an !ARC with an H, Arch, ARCH. That will give you the brief. Anathema Rising Crescent Heart was made by myself. It is a D&D 5e homebrew. The maps and lore discovered were written by myself, and all of the individual player characters were written by their respective players, which I will introduce to you as we go into the beginning of this world. You can also put an ! Players to see who we are playing with, or their names should be clickable in the stream title. And we have Dragon.
Oh no. Will we able
Hello.
to do
We got an honor clip. Sorry, I forgot to mute that. We have Dragon, who said hello. We have Bam.
Hi.
We have BlazingPaladin.
What's up?
We have a LeftyConfidant.
Hello there.
And we have Anathema_Dev.
Who's muted?
I don't do fly. I know I'm loaded.
You're a goober.
I didn't even go near the button.
Well, maybe you should unbind that key.
my keybinds don't work. They haven't worked for months on Discord.
Well, apparently they're working now, so
Oh, I'm
you're
clicking
luck.
it now. It's
That
not
is
working.
so funny. All right. So I am going to deafen briefly while I give this summary to the new folks again who haven't been here. Okay, it's just going to be a brief summary. I'll be right back, players. My sweet, sweet chatters. Yeah, BlazingPaladin is Paladin. My sweet chatters, welcome to Anathema Rising Crescent Heart. I have been so excited to do this, and as a game master, I've only planned so much because you never know what chaotic crap your players are going to get into, right? So, but I can give you the summary I wrote when initially developing this story. Crescent Heart is a land without gods, but also without disease or crime, but at the cost of true freedom. The Sacerdos maintain order in devotion to the Exalted One, who actually took great measures to erase knowledge of other planes and the existence of the gods. History has been rewritten. What the people do not know cannot hurt them, but they are faithful because there is nothing to want for. All needs and desires are met where they can be. The deities were erased to prevent a war of the gods that would have destroyed the land. But deities are never truly dead. They are always reborn. So as our players are introduced to the truths of the past, the powers that be, and the choices in front of them, will they choose to fight the Exalted One and her cult across the span of 7 cities, or the gods as they come to light across 7 temple ruins? This is where Anathema Rising is born. Welcome to the land of Crescent Heart.
You don't need to watch the
battle-
movie now. Just go outside. God damn it.
Yeah, she lives right outside your doorstep.
Are you a paladin?
Yeah.
Not.
think-
Of course you're a paladin.
I think I'm a paladin.
Not you. Not you. Alrighty.
Sorry, time. Shut up.
No, you're good.
You said alrighty.
Oh,
Yeah, listen, that's usually the sign of we all need to be quiet and listen up.
You even
Alright.
made a character in your head. That should be interesting. All right. Well,
Alright, beginning
Now-
of the game, rocks fall, everyone dies. The end.
A random landmine explodes just outside the city.
Rocks
You're all
fall,
dead.
everyone dies, and we load up Overwatch 2.
God,
No.
no. Stop.
It was all a ploy to get us into Overwatch 2 together.
this is how you get a full lobby.
An instant river of sweat is running down my back.
Okay, I'll shut up. I'm sorry.
hold on. It messed up something. Desk set. I was trying to transition screens, but something's missing.
I like to imagine when Aries like describing scenes. We're all in like fucking kindergarten. We're sitting crisscross applesauce on like the giant town carpet
What
with
do you
like
mean I'm
all
not
the
doing that
roads and
now?
shit.
Do that now.
Aries got her DM screen open like she's reading a book to us.
Sitting there with their appy slices, you know.
With their
Yeah.
apple slices.
And then she says roll for initiative.
I gotta fucking.
All
Everyone
right.
roll a wisdom saving throw.
Nah, I wouldn't lead with that. Come on. You should know me better than that, not to me. Welcome
don't-
Yeah.
to
It'll be a
Crescent
dex saving
Heart,
throw.
where there is a crescent moon encasing a heart, and the river is the blood flow of the land. We are actually going to go straight to our main city on the middle of the crescent, which is Waterstar. Heading straight for our keeper's residences. In need of a pointer on the screen. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see exactly where we're going.
Tock,
There you go.
D&D to me, Airy.
Talk D&D to you? Yeah. So on the southeast side of our waterfront here, we have a small little sect of residences, and we're going to go straight into the one on the northernmost corner, meeting our beautiful, beautiful Luthien. If you would like to describe yourself for us and what you are doing at home right now, as we are in the evening of the 69th day of How? Or Rue. My bad. Rue.
So I am Luthien. I am an Eladrin variant of elf. I have very long, pretty teal hair with very pretty teal eyes, very pale skin, very pretty, very demure, very mindful. And in my house, I am currently baking some ever so tasty cookies, as I know my government ordained babysitter will be paying me a visit in any moment, and I must bribe him with the sweetest of treats.
Excellent. So we're bribing our household assistant slash I'm sorry, the briberies just got me tickled. Our aide, our home aide, our government ordained babysitter. So as you're baking your cookies, not far from your door, coming along our river around Waterstar Keep after checking in with his superiors. Tavrick, if you would like to describe yourself and where you are headed.
Excuse me. So I am a half orc. My name is Tavrick Keytris. I am a 6'7" half orc with blue eyes and very military built body physique. And while I am traveling over, I am riding on my horse, known as Trouble, who is a all black horse with a white nose blotch. And we are heading over to check in on Luthien, as it is my role to make sure that everything is in order at her home, and to kind of be like a pseudo bodyguard if needed as well when she travels.
What Tavrick is to Luthien, we will discover more as we go. What primarily they are responsible for checking in to make sure their home is clean, because in this holy land where the cities are beautiful white marble filled with these beautiful bright vibrant flora and trees, and nature is just allowed to run free while we cohabitate, in honor of our exalted, one must check in. We have an inspection once a week per home, and yes, this is for all homes, to make sure that things are up to standard, that we're not allowing any new disease to develop, that we're not tainting the image of the exalted, we're not tainting the color of the natural world. And there are reasons we will discover as we go as to why Luthien in particular has an assigned homemade. So as Tavrick has approached the door, what do? You can smell the cookies on the air. Luthien, what kind of cookies are we smelling, or do we have a particular scent?
They are... So it is a mix of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies, some sugar cookies, and some snickerdoodles, because, you know, Tavrick is a half orc. He does eat a lot, and I must make sure that my government ordained babysitter is well taken care of and has all of his sweet desires satisfied.
Okay. So Tavrick, you've approached the door, and you are?
I'm going to I'm probably going to knock probably 3 or 4 times on the door to let her know that I'm there.
And do you wait for them to allow you enter, or do you just enter?
I wait for. Well, I'll wait. I feel like it's courtesy to wait for a moment or two, and if obviously she doesn't answer the door, then I'll probably head in myself.
So Tavrick would hear little footsteps just shuffle to the door very quickly, see it open up, and he has to look down and then down again, and there's Luthien just standing there with a smile, pristine white robes, house looking pristine as she opens up the door and welcomes him inside. The smell of the cookies is definitely a lot stronger once he's actually inside the home.
Okay. So Tavrick has entered. You're looking as sweet and as perfect as can be. The home is clean, presentable. You have these sweet treats ready for him. Tavrick, you've entered. You may exchange, converse. How would you like to proceed?
Well, I think he will probably have to lean down from the door, as it's probably not built to his height exactly. And as he kind of comes in, he's perusing the house and looking around, not like tearing the place up, but more of like a lazy, just making sure everything's in place, everything's clean, nothing looks out of place. Um, it's more of a routine checkup than it is a full-blown inspection.
Correct.
So just a very casual walk around the house, looking around, and probably while he's doing this, he'll make small talk like, so how have things been for you, Luthien? I
They've
trust
been
everything.
wonderful.
I trust everything's been well. No one's giving you any trouble within town.
Nothing more than the usual, Tavrick. But thank you for checking up on me. I appreciate it so much.
Of course. I mean, with cookies like these, how could I not? And then he'll probably start walking over to the cookies at that point.
And there's just this big, like, massive serving tray just full of these cookies, piled high, all for him.
So at a quick perusal, so you're familiar with this space already, but you do recognize, and will always recognize, what at first appears to be relatively simple 1-bedroom apartment that's assigned to all of the records keepers, to both of your knowledge. So you have your kitchen and dining area that has been established with the fireplace, and then you have a domicile or a den where she has a little desk to study or to do any of her permissible art, the things that are allowed. She is allowed small sketches, and that is the amount that she is allowed. And then also a small tea table with a couple of chairs for when you're doing your check-ins. This is what has been provided. The cookies you'll find on a tray on the table, not far from a fireplace. So it's a very simple room. And then there's one door that just goes into a bedroom to allow privacy, since there are windows on most sides of the apartment. Okay? You're free to converse or to act as you choose.
You always cook so many cookies, and I don't always take them home, or I don't always take them with me all the time. I hope I'm not wasting any. They're so delicious.
Oh, you're not. Any that we have left over, I actually take into work for the other keepers to partake of, and they really look forward to whenever I do have extras. So, it's no trouble at all.
Wow, that's wonderful. Has anyone been giving you issues at work, or has everything been cordial?
Again, it's been no more than usual, being who I am. I always face a little bit of, those looks and those stares, but no one has outright spoken against me, so there's not much that I can do, as you know.
Yes, I am aware, but understand I think highly of your character, and if you ever need a official face to put in a good word for you or set some people straight for you, I'd be more than happy to offer my services.
I do appreciate that. However, I really want to try and make my own way. So I will try not to depend on you as much as I possibly can. I know that you're very busy with your work schedule and your routes and all of that.
Very well. My offer will stay on the table. Uh, he'll kind of have a bit of like a not dejected, but like disappointed that she rejected his offer. Like I don't want to say sad puppy, but like just disappointed that
a little fall of the shoulders, and just
yeah.
a relatively neutral, understanding face that has a hint of empathy, ringing in the shadows. Correct.
Yep.
Okay, because you'll know from your exchanges and from why you were required to keep an eye on them that only those in the record hall where they work would only those in the record hall would know that Luthien is the daughter of who she is the daughter of, and that there's always an eye kept in the event that they did act out, or if there's even a hint of color in the wrong place. But there are small glances. They're never anything too obvious in the expressions, but there are always small glances that have a hint of judgment in the eyes of those around them. So I understand they need to... Yes, crestfallen. Understand the need to assist and offer that help. But you're also very understanding that they have to make their own way in the world, as most people do. They have to create their own reputation and their own standing in the world. So, as we've had this brief exchange, checking in, inspecting the place lightly, do you want to do a little bit of more in-depth peeking towards the bedroom where you know they tend to always have something hidden?
Sure. Do I need to roll investigation for it?
Not quite yet. I'm going to have you, since you're taking a look, you're eating the cookies. Are you first going to walk straight over there, or just sort of wander in that direction?
I'm gonna kind of wander in that direction.
Okay. And Luthien, do you follow?
Yes, I would follow him. I try not to look anxious, but I would follow him and just go, "Oh, you're looking a little bit closer today, Tavrick."
And you'll know that this, Tavrick, is because you just had to make a stop at your superior's office, and they would have said to look a little harder this time, just in case. They'll do this about once every other season.
I also I suspect that like there will be officials that come out and like a second pair of eyes sort of thing.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna be looking a little harder for anything that is out of place of the normal.
We're approaching the end of the frost season, so they would be keeping a closer eye on everyone at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a bit of a tighter search this time from normal.
So then you wander towards the bedroom. They've made the commentary about you looking a little harder. You open the door to the bedroom. It looks neat, tidy, as per usual. The bed is made. The secondary desk they have there is a little parchment strewn in a couple of places, but that's just where they were obviously looking for something they needed for work. But outside of that, everything looks fine on the surface level. I'm going to have you give me the first roll of the entire campaign with our investigation check.
Okay. That one.
17.
Damn it.
Okay, with a 17, you see a little slat of marble peeking out of place at an angle just beside the leg of the desk where it wouldn't usually be out of place. Like it's a little skewed. You know it to be a false panel where they sometimes tuck the little things that you usually let slide. What would you like to do?
I will begin to walk over to it and just kind of sigh deeply. Not like almost like that annoyed like sort of vibe and start walking over to it.
Okay. Luthien, your response?
Luthien knows how this goes, and she just sort of stands to the side, has her hands down at her sides, and is fidgeting with her robes as she normally does whenever he does get close to something that she is hiding, or something that she was working on that would generally get her in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, absolutely. So as you approach, you move the desk over a slight bit, and do you choose to open or adjust and reclose this panel? Do you want to see what's inside, or do you want to just let it be?
So I guess I have to ask from the standpoint, am I forced to wear anything that like is almost like a cop body cam?
No.
No, okay. I will open it up to see what is inside, but strictly for the aspect of like to make sure there's nothing new inside of it.
Okay. So upon opening this, you do see a newer painting that is still kind of drying. They have it propped up on the canvas tucked inside of the wall to still dry, but it's tucked out of sight when it's behind that panel. And what you see is this beautiful, beautiful, it looks sort of like a cave with a doorway with flowers, sunlight peeking in from the top, and a little crystal clear pond inside of that cave. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to actually pull and put it on stream real quick so that you can see, because it's absolutely gorgeous what you find. Let me just click things real quick. I apologize. So we have found our first piece of art done by our beautiful Luthien. And this is what you see.
Oh wow. I think once I kind of look at it, I'm like taken back for a moment with how it looks and how beautiful it is. And I'd maybe just like under my breath, just kind of like, wow. Just just uninstinct or like instinctually just kind of looking it up and down and then kind of coming back to reality and having to get back into work mode. And I turn to her and I say, I understand you enjoy painting these things and they are beautiful, but you must not be careless in how you hide them. Had it been anyone else, this could cause you many issues. You know you are not supposed to have these sorts of things. And he'll start like packing it up neater so that way maybe the tile fits in place a bit better while trying not to damage the artwork.
I'm going to have you do... let me see. Which... we'll say... don't want to. It's not an animal, so I don't want to do animal handling. And you're not hiding it, but you're trying to place it correctly. So, deception check. Technically, or sleight of hand. Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand.
Yes. Because you're trying to hide something.
15.
Okay. It's almost good enough. And you know it's almost good enough. So, Luthien, would you like to assist?
Yes, so she would rush over and help him pack it neater, and her hands are trembling a little and her voice shakes as she's just trying to explain that she thought that it would be dry by the time that he got there, and she's usually very careful about this. But he arrived just a little bit earlier than she was expecting, and she needed to get some practice in because she was asked to do a similar work, and she wanted to make sure that she could do it. And just she essentially nervously word vomits because she knows that out of the people that she would be able to lie to, Tavrick is not included in that group. He's known her for far too long, and he knows her far too well that she doesn't even try to lie to him anymore.
All right, then I'm gonna have you. You can either do a sleight of hand check yourself, or Tavrick can re-roll with advantage because of your assist.
I have a
Tavrick re-roll with advantage.
I have a -1.
Yeah, he has a -1.
Okay.
I rolled a 16 last time.
Give me a second to roll.
Okay. And you, again, are welcome. I allow my players to use either the digital, where I can see, or the physical ones if they have them.
So I got a 11. If I include my sleight of hand, that would be a 14.
Since it is a second time with the assistance of both of you, I will combine those rolls to a degree and allow it to be a perfect fit.
Hell yeah, teamwork.
Because you were adjusting, so it was a lower DC. You were adjusting where he had gotten it pretty darn close, but not quite there. So it will work. Okay. So with the rest of your evening, because this will just be, the evening will just be the two of you, what would you like to do? Luthien, you are not allowed to go out any further past sunset, and you know that that's about half of an hour away at most. But you also know that Tavrick is not allowed to stay the night and has to report back to his superiors one more time for how this went, and also then return to his place in the inn.
I will say, as the tile is kind of being put back into place and it's, hidden much better now, I will, like, as she's word vomiting, I will just, like, turn to her and, like, kind of, like, clasp my hands around hers and just say, "You do not need to explain yourself. I understand. I'm just trying to keep you safe. Had it been anyone else or one of my superiors come through, this could have gone differently. I worry about you, and I care about your well-being. I'm not upset. I am not mad. I'm just asking you to be cautious." And he'll just kind of...
And she just kind of looks up at him, and he can see the little bit of anxiety in her eyes, kind of like someone getting scolded, and she's just, I'll try and do better, Tavrick. I'm usually more cautious. Today has just been busy.
And well then, why don't we talk about it for a bit before I go? I'd be more than happy to lend an ear.
And so she takes him back out of her bedroom, closes the door behind them, makes some tea, and she chats about the increased amount of paperwork that has come into the keepers and different things that they're having to research and record that have popped up recently. There are other things that he knows she can't get into, so she just glosses over them, as speaking them to anyone else is not allowed. So on surface level, it seems very like it wouldn't be busy, but I feel like Tavrick would know better.
I was about to ask if I could roll insight to see if I could maybe pick up on some of that stuff.
Absolutely.
Okay. Can I have advantage?
I
Or no?
am going to say no because of the role of the record keepers. There is going to be a lot of knowledge you don't have because they're keeping records of the rest of the activities beyond just what you see. So go ahead. Just
this is okay.
why? Okay, why would you like advantage if you can convince me?
Well, so this isn't more like it. I don't think this is more of a history check. I feel like this was more of a how she's feeling sort of thing. But I've already rolled, so I'm not. I got a 21.
Okay. So you're trying to get an insight into what's bothering her more so than what the actual workload is?
Correct. Maybe
Okay.
like some emotions that she's feeling about it.
That's fine.
Because that's normally insight as opposed to like a flat history check, which I'm better with insight than I am history.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what'd you roll?
I got a 21. So I'm
Okay.
assuming I roll against her deception.
How are you trying to actively hide things, Luthien?
Sort of. She's more omitting information.
The information she's not allowed to
emotions
share.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
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 So
I misunderstood then.
she's not able to speak about certain things, so she doesn't, but the emotions as he looks closer would be clear on her face
Okay.
and her mannerisms.
Okay. I'm still going to honor this insight roll by giving you a little more information than you as the player would know. You, Tavrick, would know that as we approach the end of the frost season, as we approach the end of Rue, death increases. Natural death increases, as is going to happen in the cold. And it's not because of a lack of warmth, it's because of age. And then once you reach those ages, things just aren't as easy to keep up with. So there's a lot more paperwork on her side of things that you'll know just based off of the season. They're also preparing for the first day of spring. They're preparing for Bloden, which is always going to have a massive festival, so they're not really in office. It's the only couple days they're allowed off, so everything has to be done in advance. So that's going to add a lot of pressure where they have a timeline that's really close to where they're at right now. And in addition to that, there is the undertone of prejudice towards Luthien where she's expected to do more to earn her place.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So then I'd say after, I guess, having tea and cookies and chatting for a while, I think that'd probably last us until I had to go back and check in at the keep.
Absolutely. Okay. So then Tavrick is leaving you. Luthien, what do you do as he has left? Would you like to just go into your nightly ritual, or is there a moment of relief?
So she would walk him to the door and tell him goodbye, and just before he passes over the threshold, he can feel one of her hands just slightly grab his to pull his attention back to her, and she just goes, "Be safe. There's been a lot of cold recently, and there's more going on than you know. So please, be safe." And then she would let him go, door would close behind him, and she would go back into her room and settle into doing as much work as she can. With those expectations put on her, she's having to work way past when she typically would. A lot of her free time is additional work now.
Yep.
And she only gets the bare minimum of sleep that she needs to function before she has to get up to go to work again.
I'm going to have you pause because of what you said at the threshold, and you're going to do a deception check, not against Tavrick.
Deception. That would be a 22.
Okay, you're fortunate that I rolled low. So you know that along the waterfront across from your entryway, one of the what looks like incandescent posts that isn't actually like, there's no electricity in this world, but you know it's just a magical light. You know that in that post is an object that reports or adheres, like listens to what's happening around for conversation. So you did well in choosing your words carefully there.
Oh shit, Big Brother's got ears.
Yeah. So you did
Noted.
well in choosing your words carefully at the door. And I do that roll now to sort of preface going forward to choose words carefully in the city outside of your home. Okay. So you settled in for the night. Tavrick has left, gone along the path from the Keeper's residences away from the Hall of Records towards Waterstar Keep, where he will just inside of the door closest to the Keeper's residences is a small little office where he just checks in and delivers a piece of parchment that he would have written on, passed inspection, home is clean, and then headed towards his inn. You don't actually have to check in at the end of the day with a person because you've already checked in to make sure there were no additional checks needed.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was more just delivering my report.
Correct. That's all it is for this evening. Okay. So the scene is beautiful. The marble is glistening. It's been freshly cleaned. The sun is setting in a way that just looks gorgeous from behind the cities along the coast, dancing off of the surface of the lake beside you. Are we going straight to the inn and straight to bed, or is there a ritual you would like to continue with? Something you do before, after every visit you have with Luthien?
Yeah, I would say I would take trouble. I'm probably walking him by the lead as opposed to like straight up riding him. Just to kind of be able to take it a little slower and, you know, look around at the different trees and nature, and put trouble into the stable for the night and probably feed him a couple cookies that Luthien made, because those are one of his favorite little snacks that he can have. I'm assuming so. I think horses can have cookies.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's absolutely fine, yeah.
This is a fantasy world. These horses can have cookies.
Yeah, these horses are safe.
Okay, IRL, I have fed horses ginger snaps. Yes, horses can have cookies.
Either way, it's fine.
And I'll just kind of like, I'll brush him and make sure he's maintained and he looks proper before we go back out on the trail. And I'll do my normal ritual of the night where, you know, I do maintenance on my armor and my sword and make sure everything is up to code for the next morning.
All right, so he is settled in for the night, mentioning going back to the trail, made camp, taking care of his weapons. The sun has finally set, Night has fallen over Waterstar, and it is peaceful as always. Passes through just fine. And in the morning, we come to this random little tree in the middle of nowhere, along the route from Pearl Peak to Waterstar. And as the sun is rising, a sleeping body appears in the tree. Stirs, wakes, and starts to fall. And Ylvanna, I'm going to have you describe your character and how she responds to this.
God fucking damn it. I need to get the picture up.
It's live.
The bit is live, gamers.
Yes, ma'am. The bit is live.
I'll be right back, just so you know.
Okay.
But yes, how tall is... Hang on, I need to actually get the brief description.
I thought you were 6'9".
I know, but it's the other things too, and the picture kind of helps, but also kind of doesn't. You know, I'm bad at describing shit. But yes, Ylvanna is a 6'9", dark elf with a shoulder-length silver braid with grayish kind of purple skin. You know, that's a common trait with us drow.
Of course.
What? What'd you say?
I just said, of course, hon.
Of
Keep
course.
going.
I said of course.
And yeah, some nice bright yellow beady eyes. Like a cat. But also not like a cat. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Not really anything else. Unless I have to describe the clothes as well, or...
What happens? What is happening as you wake up and fall out of this tree that you're very suddenly in? It's not where you fell asleep.
You know, first thought is panic. Because, you know, this is I'm just being woken up to me falling. But I feel like it's nothing new to my character, so that it's not as much of a panic, but I feel like in the moment, as Ylvanna is falling, I think she'll just accept it. Accept what's coming to her. Actually, how tall, before I make this decision, how far is the fall, would you say?
Most of the trees in the world have grown quite a bit, so you could estimate that this tree is a good 15 feet tall. It's a good twice your height.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. You know what, yeah, I think I can risk a little bit of bruising. I feel like Ylvanna would just accept the fate and pray that it's a soft landing.
Make me a dex save with disadvantage.
Yeah, expected that shit. I start fucking
Because you're
now.
asleep, so...
I know I'm asleep.
Trees fall, everybody dies.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a 16. That is also... I got a double 16.
That's funny. Before or after your add-in? Your bonus?
That is... Oh, that is before my bonus.
So 21?
Let's go.
Nice. You managed to somehow, in the time of your fall, you managed to somehow still shift your sleep-addled body wrapped in a sleeping bag, in a sleep sack, to land on your hands and feet. so that you save yourself from the bruising.
It's because I'm used to it.
Yep.
Like
It's
a
my body at this point.
You
like
landed
a
like a
fucking
fucking cat. Yeah, dude. So that's fine.
For real.
You've managed to land on your hands and feet, and after a moment of questioning how this has happened, yet again, why is this happening? And it's always a tree. It's always in the trees while you're traveling, specifically when you're traveling on the road. It never happens when you're in the city. Why does it always happen when you're traveling on the road? And then you just stand up, step out of your sleeping sack, roll it back up, tuck it under your arm, and you head back to camp. Which is a good... We're not quite to sunrise yet, so it hasn't peeked over the edge. But you know that you're not gonna make it back to camp before the sun is up. So we pan back over to a nice little setup where there's a carriage, 2 horses idling, and Percival, describe yourself and your morning ritual as you wake up and discover Ylvanna is gone yet again. No surprise to you.
Yeah, not a surprise. You see a very tall blue tiefling get out from his sleeping bag with a big ass stretch and immediately start trying to nurse a flame in the middle of the campsite. Not entirely worried about the thud that he heard in the woods, but still keeping an eye on the tree lines to see if his companion would show up at any time. Just immediately get up and start working.
And what are you working on? Describe yourself.
I am setting up a campfire that is holding a pot, getting ready to make probably a good stew for breakfast in the cold nip of the air. Just to kind of have that going as I take to the back of the carriage and set up my alchemy supplies to replenish any potions that I may have lost or used as of recent.
Perfect. So you're just getting into your morning routine, making breakfast or the meal for the day, since you do have to set back onto the road very soon. You're about an hour from Waterstar. You did stop a little short of it for the sake of camp without having to pay for an inn. Just because you like to save that little bit of money. There's no point if you have everything you need, right?
Exactly.
And eventually, after getting started on a couple of baseline potions work, Ylvanna does eventually start to come out of the woods. Probably about the time that your stew would be done. So about an hour. So you know it was she wound up pretty far this time, wherever she wound up teleporting to, because it's usually a lot faster for her to get back. And she's too tired to run this early. Not quite awake. Always has a groggy, really rough start. Doesn't care. Griping about the way that she's having to walk through all these rocks and dirt and grass. Like, this is what I gotta do every single time. Sighing, complaining, as any Rye want child would do. And what do you do as you see each other?
Did you bruise yourself this time? Or did you properly land on the floor?
Ylvanna just looks over at her companion and then politely, does a little broken smile before flipping him off.
Oh, you seem good spirits. That's wonderful. I pour Ylvanna a bowl of stew and then just kind of place it on a stump near me.
Ylvanna walks over and just drops herself next to the stump, just grabs the stew. As she's shoveling it, it's just little grumbles of you would think sleeping in a goddamn carriage would count as having a roof over your head. But no. Stupid. Fine.
Well,
Miserable. Bullshit.
not much I could do about the woods there, huh?
We have ad breaks in progress.
Yeah, we do have an ad. So we're gonna give a quick pause. Hydrate real quick. Stretch. I postponed them as long as I could.
Mm-hmm.
Need a break from the ads?
No.
God.
Subscribe today using those free Bezos bucks.
You know what you need, Faye, during the moments like this? You need enrichment.
Oh no.
And boy, do I have
I
the
can't deal with
enrichment.
enrichment. It's too much enrichment.
Well, there's 15 seconds left if you would like to resume your morning.
Why did you stop spinning seal?
It's a short timer. It's a short timer.
It's because it was a soundboard clip.
Yeah, soundboard. All right. Resume your morning rituals, the two of you who are at camp now.
After I've set up and noticed that Ylvanna has in fact started eating, while begrudgingly they have done so, I then turn my entire focus onto the alchemist supplies that are slowly brewing extra potions. Replenishing potions.
So they've had an hour with the making of the stew, Ylvanna walking back to camp, and anything that you would have brewed in that time. Most everything would have been ready by then and ready to be portioned or put into one of the containers that you have ready at all times. So this is what are you gonna portion it this time or just keep it as a solid collection this time?
We're heading into Water Star, so I'll probably portion it this time.
Okay.
Just to make it easy access.
Okay. So after you've done that, you have collected the camp items you've strewn about, broken down your fire responsibly, toughed it out with smoke and dirt, and then buried it with some of the loose soil around so that it would not be a danger to anybody else. Then you've loaded up your carriage, tending to your two beautiful steeds.
The pretty babies.
Babies.
Ariane and Fulgur. Before giving him a little treat before getting Ylvanna into the carriage to then make the final leg of your trip. But as you are starting to roll, here it's not an odd sound, but occasionally you do hear the fall of large tree branches. You don't know how close it is, nor how far. And about 15 to 20 minutes down the road at carriage speed, which is pretty quick for this world, you see the branch is actually kind of covering the road a little bit, so you're going to have to get out and move it anyways. But as you do, as you're approaching, you bring your carriage to a stop, which, Ylvanna, are you driving this time with your expertise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
So Ylvanna's brought it to a stop, and that would leave Percival to assess the situation. Are you asking Ylvanna for help with how large this branch is? You notice...
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
How's your strength, bud?
Which is why you would need assistance. But you notice, tucked under one of the branches branching off from the main arm of this branch, just a little guy. TikTok.
Just a little guy.
TikTok,
Just
are
a
you
little
making
guy.
any sounds of distress from beneath this branch? Will you describe yourself and what's happening?
Yeah, so when you come across this little guy, he's honestly just kind of like laying there looking side to side up and assessing. He's like talking to himself, and as you get closer you hear, well, I seem to have got myself in quite a pickle at this time.
You don't say.
Oh,
And it oh, where are we traveling?
Ylvanna and Percival, you hear this little guy just has gotten himself into a little pickle and is surprised to see somebody there very shortly after his certain demise. You know, he's just so small next to this thing. So what's your response? What do you do?
Ylvanna like slowly leans over to Percival and is like, Can we keep that? Is there...
I'm not exactly entirely sure what that is, so I don't know if that's an option yet. I'll
Do
try
not be afraid.
Do not be afraid, he says.
Look, are you not seeing what I am seeing? It is a
Just
small...
to clarify, we are seeing just a tiny little robot trapped under branches.
Yep,
yes.
you're just seeing a tiny little robot with his little wizard hat is knocked askew, so it's not quite where it would normally be, and he's just sort of stuck because this branch is so much bigger than his little self, and it's so heavy compared to him. He just can't quite break free, and is just looking about, and then looks at you, and then looks around, and then looks at you again.
I'm just gonna tap Ylvanna on the shoulder and just be like, "Come on, just help me move this branch, just like this one branch, and then we could discuss if we could keep it or not." As I go over to try and lift or shift the branch off of the little guy.
Yeah, Ylvanna will just walk up and help.
What's your question, Paladin?
We know what all each other characters look like, but we haven't really described any of them for the viewers at home. So maybe TikTok should describe themselves.
The only one who's described himself was Ylvanna and Luthien. And Tavrick
I
a
had
little
a
bit.
picture as well.
I described myself too.
And Tavrick. I said and Tavrick. Just wasn't as loud.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I was gonna wait till the branch is off me.
Yep. So
yeah,
we move this. You're helping each other, so you can each roll your strength check.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I have no negative, so I'm good, but I have no positive either.
I swear, if both of you roll a natural one, the campaign's ended.
You have advantage because you're helping each other, okay?
I'll actually cry.
How awesome.
Paladin, go
I got
fuck yourself! I'm not even kidding you, brother! Where's my webcam? I'm going to kill you. We have advantage though, so fuck you.
So it's not rocks that fall, it's not trees that fall, it's branches blocking the road.
I got a 6 and then a 1.
Oh my god, but bam, we're fine. Alright, I got an 18 on that second one, Paladin.
God,
if we would give an advantage, I would have actually fucking murdered. I would have booked a flight and fucking killed you, bastard.
My character's going to die under a branch.
Yeah, you
no, I got an 18. I got an 18. We're fine. Bam, what did you get?
I got a 7 that turned into a 6, and then a 1 that turned into a 0.
No, we got advantage, brother. We got advantage.
He's so fucking dead.
I am very,
what I'm hearing is that Paladin fucked the both of us over.
TikTok's just like, thank you for being such strong, friendly wanderers. Thank you.
Oh, he's so stuck under the branch.
As we're like both red-faced trying to lift the branch up.
What did you roll after with advantage? What did you roll?
18.
Okay.
Bam rolled a 6.
Yeah. So you're Percival, you certainly are struggling with it, but you know that Ylvanna has taken the weight of it, and between the two of you, you taking the lighter end and Ylvanna taking the bulk of it, have
I have like
managed
3 twigs.
have managed to drag it off of the road and off of this little guy. And as he stands, TikTok, will you please now describe yourself as you are cleaning yourself off from the dust and the leaves of the branch that fell on you?
Gladly. So you see before you, roughly, he's 42 inches tall, and he's got his robes. They're dragging on the ground. He's got a little turtleneck that's covering his lower face, and he's got like some loose bandages wrapping the rest of him, and he's wearing gloves that are a little too big for him.
He's so cute.
And as he looks up at you guys, he has to hold on to his wizard hat or it'll fall off him because it might be a little too big for him.
A little, just a little.
He only has one eye, and it's bright, like a bright glowy aquamarine color. And as he speaks, it's not like there's a mouth that moves, but more like a harmonic sound that comes underneath the little turtleneck that he has around his lower face. And as he said, "Thank you very much. I would have been trapped there for ages if it wasn't for you strong individuals coming along to save me."
An imaginary arrow.
Down to a knee, like down to my knee, just to get a better look at this little tiny itty bitty robot.
As he says this, like an imaginary arrow just pierces my heart.
So Percival has knelt down to inspect the TikTok, and Ylvanna is just holding their hand over their heart, witnessing this scene, questioning how this came to be and what they did to deserve such a beautiful, beautiful new friend. So, Percival, are you wanting to actively investigate or ask any questions before you investigate? Because this thing, this is an obviously sentient creature.
Yeah. I think we discussed that I don't know of automatons yet. So I would just kind of be looking at him with like my head tilted and just like scanning his little body up and down and be like, so what's your deal, little guy? How'd you get stuck under a couple branches, bud?
Hi, I'm glad you asked. I was doing my favorite pastime hobby, which is bird drawing.
Oh my god.
Bird drawing. Ylvanna just turns away, just drops to like all fours, just like clutching her heart.
Just immediately shifted to, oh my god, he's so tiny and so cute.
Literally on the floor, just clutching her heart.
Yeah, were you doing that in the trees or on the ground? How'd you get?
I was, of course, in the trees.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gotta be up close to the subject.
Is he like sparking? Do I see any like immediate wounds other than like tears in his clothes? Can I make an investigation?
There is a small sort of whirring sound coming from him, like an electrical sound coming from him, and you would have to give me a insight or investigation check to understand what it is that you're hearing.
Okay.
Did you roll insight or investigation?
I rolled investigation.
Okay. And what did you roll? Of what? What was that?
It was a 13.
Okay. You don't know what it is.
Damn it.
Since he investigated, does that mean he's like touching me?
I should probably reintroduce what I look like because I realized that I did a very shit job at it.
Yeah, describe Percival investigating this little robot, and keep in mind that he can react very easily.
Yeah,
so
I'm not gonna like just a very tall tiefling kneeling on the ground, wearing a pure white lab coat jacket, leather jacket, with white leather goggles with purple glass and copper rim sitting on his head. Just kind of put the goggles down over his emerald green eyes and just kind of like inspect visually of like the robot, just to kind of like I know that there's like whirring and stuff, but can I like see any like motors running or something that would like warrant the sound of the whir, or would I just not know what it is?
TikTok, I'll let you answer that.
I am incredibly close to your face. I'm letting you know.
And TikTok, you have
not touching, but very
you have
close.
taken 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you fell, by the way.
Okay, so with that damage on my poor little child, you would see kind of like on his side where his clothes is a little torn with the branch scratching and pinning down on him, that there is like a little sparkling. And you can see just like a little clockwork kind of like peeking out of the damage as well, similar to like a watch. But he's unfazed by this. He's just like kind of like
it just completely normal average day.
Yeah.
His eye while his head is standing still, his eyes just like zoop, 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 looking at you. It's like, hello there.
TikTok, are you doing anything to self-repair at the moment, or just sort of standing there watching the stranger look at you intensely?
He is standing there because he is not acknowledging the damage.
Okay. So
he's like, it's a staring contest, except one of us doesn't blink.
But Percival, you will understand. You recognize the sort of gear work, because it's a new development for clocks and levies and pulleys and how watches or traveling time is now made. You know, this is a newer type of thing, so you can understand that the sparks coming off of it are probably indicative that there's something wrong here, and just
okay.
Not entirely sure what, so much as why. You know why, but you do know that there's something a little amiss here. You also know that not just anyone is allowed to be out and about making art.
Right.
So, who is this? Why is he doing this? And why is he in these woods specifically, away from the city? Which you're not entirely far from, but...
I should also point out that the clothing he's wearing is like blues and purples.
And you know that that's not allowed.
With this prolonged eye contact.
Prolonged eye contact.
He just like holds out his
all of my visuals in, and I like examine him. I kind of like take a step back and take back off the goggles, and I'm just like, So, little buddy, where you coming from? And do
This
you
guy,
have
as I fell from the branch, with the branch landing on top of me.
right, yeah. Before the branch, however, and before the tree, where were you coming from, little guy?
He just points like up the road.
Do you want to pick a direction, or you want to roll a d4 and tell me which direction or which number, and I'll tell you which direction you're pointing?
I will roll the d4.
It just points towards the ocean.
I got a 2.
All
I
right.
got a
Back
2.
at the tree.
He came from the east. So, coming from the east, it's not from anywhere in this town. That's from, like, the coast and the ocean.
Oh, I was joking
know.
about the ocean thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of like looking at him super skeptical now of being like, okay.
So he came from
okay.
deeper in the woods away from the road, is what you'll know. The road doesn't go that way. The only ones who go out that way are usually the patrolmen. So where did he come from?
Yeah.
Where did he go? Where did he come from? Sorry.
Get out of here, Echolalia.
He holds out his like small little arm and hand, like to kind of like gesture, like handshake. I greatly appreciate the saving.
I very gingerly reach out my own hand that you'll notice from the tip of Percival's fingers down to his second knuckle is a darker shade of blue than the rest of his body. And just like very gingerly, like holding a mini teacup, kind of like grab your hand with all my fingers and just shake it up and down and just be like, "You're welcome, little guy. You're just so intriguing."
For height reference, for those who aren't aware, TikTok is literally half the size of Percival.
Yeah, he's fucking tiny. I know that. That's why I'm being gingerly
small.
with the baby.
Okay.
How tall is Percival?
7 feet.
Like I
7 feet.
oh
Mm-hmm.
He's the tall boy.
He's the tallest
on,
one.
on the dot.
so
yeah.
so Percival's about the size of a toddler then.
Percival's the size of a toddler?
Or no, TikTok.
Tick.
Sorry.
TikTok,
Yes.
yeah, Percival is the size
TikTok.
of a top.
TikTok is actually the height of a human toddler.
Okay.
Yep. If you were to like put an age, it's like the average height of a 4-year-old or something like that. So.
Oh my god.
Cute.
So
But,
At this point, I'm just looking over at Ylvanna being like, what the fuck do we do about this thing that I don't know where it came from? And it's definitely not wearing regulated items.
I appreciate the save. I do not have money to give you.
Oh,
But-
we don't need any money.
we don't like Ylvanna like slowly makes her way like after recovering herself from the overpoweredness of adorableness that is TikTok, like walks over and just kneels down and just looks at TikTok for a bit and then just says, "Do you like soft tacos?"
Soft tacos. Never had it before.
Ylvanna, I don't even know if this fucking thing can eat. I haven't
Apple-
seen a mouth yet.
Would you like to try some?
That would be quite lovely. I would love to accept the gift.
And as he sees that, Ylvanna just whips around to Percival. It's just like, we could have soft tacos later.
I hate you.
So-
Just spammed an ad. How dare you make this bit?
I'm going to encourage one of you to think about how to go forward with this odd creature before you approach Waterstar.
Okay.
You can also do an inventory check or an insight check. One of you or both of you, I don't care which. If you would like to, just let me know. Because what you do know is that this creature is... You already know this creature is not normal. And it's towing a lot of lines. Just at first look. So what do you do?
I like go to TikTok and like, can you give us like what just a minute, little guy?
Of course. I have
I
all
like-
the time to spare.
So happy. He's just so
like-
chipper.
Like turn Percival around and put my arm around his shoulder and just like take like 2 or 3 steps away and just like, okay, so what exactly is the plan now?
I don't know. I mean, we can't fucking leave it here. Look at it.
He will get like mauled by even a bird or something. He almost
died.
He
by
got
a
injured
tree.
by me.
He'll get smashed by a giant eagle really fast.
We can't leave him here, but if we bring him, we can't bring him like we turn back. Just
He's just
leave him
standing
looking
there.
over our shoulder.
He is just standing there staring.
just staring at us.
Maybe we can make it look like a trinket. We could like dress him up a little bit, change his clothes. We have spares, don't we?
I mean, I think we do. I mean,
Do you want to do an insight check to make it easier? You'll do it with disadvantage because of your ADHD. Ylvanna. Ylvanna will do it with Ylvanna would do it with disadvantage.
ADHD penalty.
no, my flaw is literally ADHD.
So
that is my flaw. So what? Insight, you said?
Ylvanna's gonna make an insight check with disadvantage because you have 5 places where things could be.
Double natural one. That's good.
And a reminder, this is before even looking, so this is just to give you a thought about what direction you're going to look in or where it might be. So,
do I even need to make an insight check? Because I write all of my shit down that I own.
You
I'm
can
not fucking helping you, brother. I'm not fucking helping. Do you want to know?
You're wearing your clothes, Percival, so there's a reason why I'm encouraging somebody else to do the roll.
Okay.
Well,
But
I don't.
So Nat, what'd you roll? Ylvanna, what'd you roll?
Even with my +1, I got. So these are the totals with the +1. I rolled a 3 and a 5.
Great. We're so strong out the gate, Nat.
So I rolled a 2 and a fucking 4.
Percival, would you like to
strong, able-bodied people?
So, Percival, you witness Ylvanna struggling, and I mean struggling to recall whether or not she has anything to assist this situation. You know your inventory, you know what you have, but I'll give you an insight check to know whether, to know whether or not you've witnessed her picking up something that would help in this situation previously. That wouldn't be in your personal inventory. Yeah.
Please roll big, brother.
I got a 15.
Okay. You know she has the spare clothes in her backpack.
Yeah.
Specifically her backpack.
I'm looking in the chest. They're like sticking out of the backpack.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of walk over, just like tap Ylvanna on the shoulder, and just very disappointingly look at you, and then point to your backpack that has most definitely a white sleeve sticking out of it.
Oh yeah,
like a t-shirt or something.
Yep.
Ylvanna just like looks over at Percival and slowly puts like what she was holding back in the chest, close it, and then just slowly slide the bag towards her. Before grabbing.
I'm then gonna return my direction back to TikTok and be like, "All right, little guy, are you?" Also, by the way, should you be sparking as you are?
Sparking? Where?
And you just watch. Hold on. You watch TikTok do a little lift up the arm that the sparks are coming from and do a little turn, trying to find where this is coming from.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it's
I'm just
wise
gonna
that
walk
we
over
take.
and hold him under his arms and just be like, "Okay, hang on, stop. And I'm just gonna gently like touch and or point where the sparks are coming from, and just be like, "You're sparking here. I take from your reaction. This is not a normal occurrence. Can I guess it would be a medicine. Would it be a medicine check to see if I could like fix it? I guess not, because I wouldn't know what the fuck.
Or you can ask him if you can do anything to assist him.
Yeah, that's what I was leading into, but I was like, I feel like it would need to be a check as well. But
Or
is there anything that I can do to help with the sparking, or with your lack of a better term, clockwork happening in there, bud?
He just looks down at it. It's like, oh dear, I'm sparking. Then he like takes both of his hands and kind of like hover over it, and in his palm he has like two little crystals that's the gloves are embedded with, and a blue light like aquamarine comes out of it, and the wound starts closing.
Like, okay.
Yep, it actively starts closing.
But it's like the pieces that used to be there just start coming back into existence there.
I'm just kind of a little like dumbfounded at the fact that this robot made of brand new technology is seemingly constructing metal out of thin air and sealing itself back up.
We're both just wide-eyed watching.
And then he's just like, and he does like a very like stiff patting his hands back and forth like he's all done. Fixed.
This is very difficult.
Do you offer him? Do you offer him the clothes that you have in the backpack?
Yeah, I was gonna that. So I was like, okay, little buddy, we're just gonna, now that you've fucking fixed yourself somehow, your style is amazing.
Thank you.
However, where we're gonna go, you kind of need to
where
down a bit.
Yeah.
So we're gonna give you this, and I like.
Where am I going?
It's just a
shirt.
Just hand it over to Percival.
A big
Hold on,
oversized
hold on.
tee.
Are you abducting the small child without his consent?
I'm not
going so?
abducting it, but I am giving him like a shirt to cover, just like even if he doesn't choose to come with us, so he at least has something that's covering all of the purple.
Okay, so
This
you
is
give
niche,
him a white tunic with the natural, it just looks like earthy toned embroidery along the edge of the sleeves that's allowed when traveling into the cities because you're so close to Waterstar. Do you express to him like, hey, just a little bit further up the road here, there are some not so nice people who would take you away and do bad things if you weren't obeying the law? Do you ask him if he would like to just travel with you to learn more about this?
Yeah. Well, he kind of hasn't really said where he's going, besides painting birds. So at that point, it's just like, do you want like a travel companion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to just sit in the carriage?
Yes.
That was a quick answer.
I would love to sit in the carriage. By the way, is this a soft taco?
Yes. Yes. like out of the, there's like a little pocket in the tunic and he pulls out just like a fucking soft taco.
I immediately glare at Ylvanna for leaving more food in their clothes.
Ylvanna just like, Ylvanna's like smiling at the little guy, like, yes, that is indeed a soft taco. And then just at the corner of her eye sees the glare Percival has and just like slowly like turns around. Not like enjoying nature. Like, oh, the trees seem very nice today. Oh, more flowers.
Oh my gosh. Okay. TikTok, do you don the tunic immediately?
Yeah, he's just gonna like put it on, and it's literally like an oversized dress on him.
Okay. Okay.
This was obviously made for an adult, and I could do flappies.
Like as he's
It's like-
doing flappies, I look over, like I make eye contact again with Percival, and it's like we're just talking with our eyes, just like, yeah, we're keeping him, right? We are.
Yeah,
keeping him.
I'm just looking at as Ylvanna looks. I'm just staring with like wide eyes, looking at TikTok, and Ylvanna just slowly sees my my tiefling tail just kind of like slowly wag back and forth of just like, oh my God, it's so fucking cute.
We've both just agreed that, yep, he's
Oh
our friend
my
now.
gosh. Yep, he's our friend now. All right, so TikTok has agreed to travel. TikTok has agreed to travel. I'm sure that you guys have shown him the carriage, guided him up in it. TikTok, are you going to want to investigate as they start to drive, or are you just gonna sit still and admire the scenery?
No, as soon as he gets in the carriage, he's literally gonna try to go through all their shit.
I'm surprised.
So then,
I'm not.
you're gonna give
surprised.
me. Oh my God. You're gonna give me an investigation check as they're driving with disadvantage. And then I'll give you information as needed, because it's pretty much just standard stuff as far as an alchemist or a traveling merchant would have.
This is a with joy investigation, so he's just going to like go through it because he hasn't seen stuff.
Okay,
so disadvantage. you said?
perfect.
With disadvantage, I got a 9 and a 15. So with my modifier, the lowest is a 14.
Okay, that tells me how many things you did get into. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
that's just all. The only thing
He's
you
just
really,
flailing his
the
little
only
robot
thing
arms.
the only thing you can't get into is the bag that is on Percival's person. Because every time you reach in, you just pull out random herbs, and you don't know what they are. Everything else, you've pretty much figured out what they have, what they what they travel with, the baskets, the chests, everything that Ylvanna has in their backpack. And when you get close to a couple of things holding actual potions, I'm sure that Percival is like does a quick look back scolding of like, hey, that's not safe, or hey, don't.
Like a little tink of a bottle, and I immediately whip my head to the back of the carriage.
It's like, leave it alone. But you're just traveling along, headed towards Waterstar, which is not terribly far, and that is where we're going to pan to Tavrick and your camp and your morning ritual before you see these travelers, two of whom you recognize, approach.
Can we just take a second and be like, Paladin, you motherfucking genius?
You need to let Luthien go first. I'm not okay.
Why are you not okay?
Look at the memes. Look at campaign memes, Faye. Look at campaign memes. Look what this fucker's been doing. Look at what he's been cooking up, bro. It's cooking up some quality
Sitting there
memes.
silently losing his shit.
Oh God, Paladin, breathe, brother.
I'm gonna need you to hydrate and take a deep breath, but I am gonna go to Luthien while
you recover. Take your time and recover, brother.
This man Oh my god, hold on. Okay.
You surely have to show chat. You have to show chat.
Oh my god, I will in a second when we get to
them in Aries Discord.
Yeah, post them in the Discord, that's fine. Just post them in the Discord. Okay. Oh. We go back to Luthien, whose nice, neat little bedroom we saw with their little mess on their desk. And we know that they've fallen asleep at their desk this time. So as the sun starts to peek through the one glazed window that allows some privacy to their bedroom, they're stirring on their desk, but not quite awake. And Luthien, you're dreaming. You are caught in a loop, working.
Harry, it appears a new morsel enters your court.
Thank you for the follow. You are caught in a loop that is a little redundant to you because you're just at your desk in your designated hall at your workplace, at the Hall of Records. You're writing, but you're writing nothing. Nothing is being written. Nothing is getting done. But it feels weird. It feels ominous. It's like, why am I doing this? Why are my words not appearing? Sort of panicked feeling of just being at your desk and nothing's getting done, but you're actively writing, so why is this happening? And then out of the corner of your eye, you see a small, translucent, teal-looking tiny spider. It's non-threatening. You're usually afraid, but at this moment, you're just seeing, like, not fully registering what's there. But this tiny, translucent, tealish looking spider is dangling from a web on a frame that you have never seen coming from your desk before. Going from one corner to another. And then going further down. And just weaving web. And you're just watching it. Watching it weave. Not quite understanding what's happening. But it's that same sense of urgency, that same sense of what I'm doing here is meaningless. There's something more out there. There's something they're not telling us. There's something being hidden. And you just sense it. You just sense it like it's there. It's always there, lingering at the back of your mind. Every time you dream, every time you are like, you have to limit your thoughts when you're not dreaming and when you're not at home, because you know you'll get in trouble. And that's where the sense of anxiety kicks in, because there's something hidden, but you can't investigate. And you just see this spider weaving, and it just instills that sense of sort of calm knowledge watching it. Like, what is, I don't quite know what it is, but it's there. And then everything vanishes except for you standing in the middle of an open space, staring at the dark sky, feeling an urge, a need to branch away. And that dark sky fades into the woods, not of Waterstar, but of Orblin, where you've studied in the past. Even if only briefly, you recognize them from your travels. And a sense to go further out from that place, further out from that direction. And then you're falling into nothing. and waking, startled, at your desk, with a little ink smudged on your face from falling asleep while working. A little disheveled, a little anxious, but also a little calmer than you were before. Describe your morning from there.
So she would definitely jolt up in her bed, sweat dripping, down her back, still feeling that like rising of hairs that prickle at the back of her neck. She'd take a few moments to breathe and to kind of meditate before getting up, cleaning as she needs to, herself, her home, clothes, all that sort of stuff to make sure that she is presentable for the day, scrubbing off any like ink that's on her hands, things like that. She'd probably have a very small breakfast and then like pack herself a little bit of lunch to take in with her to work. Once she has checked herself over and checked all of her items, she'd head towards the door, walk outside of it, lock it behind her, and at that point her mind would just be as clear as she could make it. If anyone were to look in, it would be almost a blank slate.
So as Luthien is walking to work, clear-minded, no thoughts, actual no thoughts, head empty, which we're going to need art of, that thought. No thoughts, head empty, headed towards work, lunch in hand. It's not a far walk, and there's usually only the same few people making routine paths to and from the Hall of Records. Never really anybody different. But one of your associates is rushing out of the front door of the Hall of Records, bumps past you, and is headed straight for Waterstar Keep. You don't recall their name at this current moment because they're usually a little further down and they're usually withdrawn and don't talk to anybody. But they have never rushed the way that they're doing right now. But you have a time to keep. So at this moment, I'll let you think your thoughts or say if you want to say something, but you do need to continue to head towards the Hall of Records because you are on a schedule specifically.
Yeah, so she would do a small excuse me, kind of give that I'm here. I acknowledge that you bumped into me, sort of a thing. I acknowledge your presence, and then she would keep going. She would try and keep her thoughts as clear as possible. This is something that she can worry about later.
Mm-hmm.
Because she has so much work to do. She is overloaded with work during this time of year.
Absolutely. So you're just gonna head into the front doors of the Hall of Records, which, let's hand back over to Waterstar, is a beautiful building. Again, it's just quick up the stairs, around, onto a balcony, and then through a door. Once you are inside, it's the same familiar entrance. You look up and you see one of the few stained glass ceilings that are allowed to be. The sun is starting to peek through, and this white marble room is filled with color that reflects the same ambiance of the stars, captured in just a simple place. So it's meant to be a beautiful environment. You pass through this main welcome area for those who are waiting to file the records or reports they need, apply for their licenses and such, the menial tasks that are done here, but they're still allowed to see this wonder when they do this. You pass through, you check in, say, hi, I'm here to work with the front desk, and then you head straight back to a room, a very large room full of records and books, heading to your designated workspace, which is strewn with papers that you left in a little bit of a mess yesterday, just in your rush because there's so much work piling up and you're doing your best to get through it, but they keep adding more, and the desk that your parchments and paperwork is usually on has an even larger stack than when you left yesterday. So you already know this is going to be a day full of work. But the first thing as you're settling in that you'll notice is that there is a small coin that doesn't match the coins of the current economy, the current markets, tucked under the edge of one of the papers on your desk.
Immediately,
add
am
some
I
30
able to do a
seconds.
history check on that coin?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then we have ads here in about 20 seconds. Just
Okay.
so you know.
I know.
Okay.
Okay.
I am going to roll on D&D Online because my desk is a fucking mess.
In real life too, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
What is that? Can't even see it. Oh! I failed.
Oh no!
Am I allowed my one mulligan of the session?
Yeah,
I feel like this is important. Okay.
You were transitioning to a new thing, so it's fine. I saw what that was. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna need all of your addresses sent to me so I can send you new dice.
What the hell? What the? Okay.
I'm making my own dice. What do you mean?
Listen, that's me. Let me send you a set, okay?
Wait, no, I'll make everyone dice. I
Okay.
promise to bless it. I have the goodest luck. Ha ha.
I got a 13 plus my history check is an 8, which would be a 21.
Okay. Okay. You recognize it to be a coin of the underground. So that you know this is a, hey, you need to come see the order when you're done. That's a calling card.
So
and I'm going to real quick have you give a sleight of hand check to either move the paper over it further or to tuck it in your bag.
Okay. This was sleight of hand?
Yes.
That would be 13.
Okay. And just a quick, we'll just use your passive perception for, you're the first one here.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that you really have to be slick against is one of the eyes, which you know is attached to the top of a shelf. You know where it is, sort of like a camera. And it misses. It didn't quite see what you did because I got a nat one as well. So you have tucked the coin. Did you tuck it into your personal effects or further under the paper?
I would tuck it into my personal effects,
Okay.
kind of feigning giving a tiny bit of a performance of, oh, I forgot this, slipping it into my pocket just in case. Very, natural movement for something I do because my coworkers know I forget little things like quills and
Absolutely.
inkwells and small things like that on my desk all the time, so this isn't anything out of the normal.
Nice. Now, I'm going to have you add a coin of the order as a custom item to your inventory.
Okie dokie.
Thank you. And then we'll just allow you to settle into your workday. Resuming your tasks now that you have seen the things you need to see. Not quite any interactions yet. They usually leave you alone. There's a lot of quiet prejudice in this place that you're used to at this point. You've been here long enough that you just sort of do your own thing. And you know that you're supposed to just verify the documentation on your desk and then file it away to the appropriate places on the shelves around you.
Yep.
So at that point, I'm going to pan the attention back to Tavrick and his morning routine before we move on with the rest of the day. How, now that you are waking from the camp that you set outside, just outside the city, so as to save a little money, per usual, just doing your morning routine, and you have about an hour to do things, hour 20 before the two travelers you will always recognize in passing will start to come close. So what would you like to do with that time? How long do you usually take? You did a lot of care before going to sleep. Introduce us to a morning.
Are you talking to me or Percival?
You.
Oh, I thought
Tavrick.
I slept in last night.
Tavrick.
Yeah.
So were we sleeping in for an hour? Oh,
Well,
no.
wait, I'm confused.
You said that you were headed out before. You said you were headed back to the road, to your route.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Well, because I thought I ended up spending a night at the inn.
I gave you an option to spend the night at the inn, and you opted to continue back to the.
Oh,
You
okay.
mentioned back to the road with the.
Okay.
With
Gotcha. Okay, I misunderstood. Because I thought I like walked to the keep, then came back and went to the inn. I didn't realize okay. I mean,
apologize.
no, it's okay. He probably wakes up. First thing he does is he sets up breakfast for Trouble, and has them eat while he kind of coos and gives them a little bit of attention. Then starts packing up his things, putting it all together, and still kind of while Trouble is eating, like throwing all the gear on them so he can hop on them and continue down the road. Trouble would probably be how do I word it? Kind of minding their own business, like this is a routine, it's nothing new to him. He's just get ready for the day. I mean, I'd probably make breakfast for myself as well. Excuse me. Take like one of the cookies, like only one each, like give one to Trouble and one to myself, knowing that that's gonna have, like, the cookies that I have are gonna last me, like, they're gonna have to last me 2 days before I get another batch. Because I think it's every 2 days that I check in with Luthien, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Because it's a day. It's a day between cities.
Mm-hmm.
On horseback or carriage. Walking is twice as much.
Okay.
Which is why you have a horse.
Correct. Who I love with all my heart.
Mm-hmm.
I will gear up at that point and probably start heading out. Just kind of like throwing my stuff together, but taking my time because I know I have like an hour before I actually have to start legging it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
Then I'm assuming at that point I walk past Percival and them.
So once you've packed up camp, You're you said it'd take you about the hour. You're headed south on your route currently, which is going from Waterstar to Pearl Peak.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me. And about 10 minutes into your ride, because technically, you know, you're both headed in opposite directions that would come across each other, you see a familiar carriage that you pass often, because they follow a similar route, just on opposite days.
Mm-hmm.
And you recognize the forms of Percival and Ylvanna riding their carriage as you approach them. Do you stop to interact? Which I encourage.
Yes, I would say probably what I end up doing is, well, I guess my first thing is, would I notice something shuffling around in the back of their carriage?
On a passive perception, no.
Or notice a
You would-
third. Okay.
Yeah, you would have to. You'd have to be you'd have to be a lot closer than you are currently, where I'm sort of seeing about 20 feet off, and have a more active perception check. Or
would I know that they're selling something, or like what goods they're selling? Is there any, like...
yeah, absolutely. You know that Percival has a permit and travels between 3 cities specifically to sell common potions. And you also know that occasionally, just occasionally, he stops over and experiments with the permission of the Advanced School of Alchemy on occasion, practices with a rarer form that's usually permitted. So, you know that he usually carries the ingredients for making that, and then some common goods from his travels that he's just bringing from shop to shop.
Okay, I will flag them down to talk with them, and my intent would be to purchase something from them.
Okay.
So I will flag them down.
Which is a good choice because they have healing potions.
I have some things in mind.
But Percival and Ylvanna, who is driving because of their expertise, you see Tavrick on horseback headed south, headed right for you, and boy howdy, this is not good timing. You have a strange little creature in the back of your carriage. Are you acting weird? Are you trying to hide it? Or you see him flagging you down and you know that sometimes he'll stop you to buy some goods from you. What are you thinking? What are you doing?
TikTok's in the back analyzing a soft taco.
Like, he's like poking it and he like puts it up to his face like he's going to eat it but can't. He's like...
Okay.
Like studying a fucking taco.
Well, Ylvanna's driving. So Percival, what is your initial response? You are the rule obeyer. You skirt the law in some aspects, but
I'm just like peeking behind.
I know it's him, so I know that if I were to just keep going like I didn't fucking see him, it would be even more suspicious. So I would probably just tell or signal for Ylvanna to like pull over to the side of the road so we could like at least talk or do something. But also kind of take a quick glance to see on if in like a quick second I could hide TikTok somewhere.
Just
or
just
make
throw
him
him into throw him into my chest of random shit.
Like disguise him or make him look more not as intriguing as he is.
you're approaching very quickly, and you're looking at each other a little weird. Are you trying to hide this?
The fact that I'm hiding something, or the fact that I am...
Are you trying to hide?
Are we hiding TikTok?
Are you hiding the fact that you're looking at each other a little weird as you're approaching? Because he's close enough now at this point that okay, so then you both need to make deception checks against Tavrick's insight.
Deception.
To hold such a interesting object, but not be able to taste such delicacies.
TikTok, you need to just
I need what?
quiet.
What was that? Hello?
One moment.
We're making this man lose his shit, and I absolutely
He's
love
trying
it.
up memes.
No, hang on.
You drawing up memes, buddy.
Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Hang
Oh,
on.
nat 20.
Okay. I pray to those. May
What did
this
you get?
dice
Wait,
be
wait.
blessed.
Hold on. Did you say a nat 20?
Look in the
I got a
Discord
17. God damn it.
What did you make?
So dead.
I get your pardon, sir?
Oh, we're so please, if there is a god,
chat.
if there is a higher being, you will not fuck us over here. No! I got a non-natural 20. That's bullshit. Surely that counts. Surely.
What's in the box, motherfuckers?
Please.
Our first nat 20 of the campaign goes to one BlazingPaladin, aka Tavrick.
Please.
It's
Does a
fucking
dirty 20
gold.
count?
Destiny.
Does a dirty 20 count for
No,
something?
it does not.
Oh god.
You, Tavrick, know
Uh-huh.
that something is amiss.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
You know
you,
that
Paladin.
they're trying to, especially in all of your years as a patrolman, you know they are trying to hide something from you real fast. You may not know what yet because you haven't gotten that far, but you do know you know them well enough, and you know from your experience.
This one time they're acting weird as fuck.
Yeah, they're acting weird as fuck.
Alright.
So what do you do? Because they have stopped the carriage by now, and
We pulled over.
I will.
It's only been
be
subtle
on
glances.
Trouble. I will be on trouble. And I will continue as if I haven't picked up on anything yet.
Son of a bitch, we don't even know.
Which
but
is
I
gonna,
will say,
if you're gonna mask it, I'm gonna need a deception versus insight the other way now.
okay.
Oh, please, 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 surely.
So my deception.
Yes, your deception versus Percival's
17
insight
plus
and
1, I
Ylvanna's
have
insight.
18.
And TikTok's just distracted as fuck. So
Not motherfucker, fuck you.
I got a 17.
TikTok is literally just looking back and forth as mom and dad are sweating.
Now whose natural 20 is that? Now who's got it?
Ylvanna knows that Tavrick knows.
He knows. I know he knows.
We all net 20 on hiding
Dude.
TikTok.
That shit was perfectly
wish.
timed. Holy fuck.
I'm kind of tempted to be like, I kind of wanted to play it out like I was buying something, so like continue as if I was like ready to purchase. So I was hoping I could roleplay, and maybe depending on how that goes.
Oh no, you could continue
determine...
because but I didn't get your what was your deception roll?
Mine was 18.
Okay, so Percival doesn't know that you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you continue.
So
anyways,
I will go, hello, Percival. Fancy seeing you here again in a very like joking manner, as if we haven't seen each other 1,000 times.
Is Ylvanna doing
Hi,
anything like elbowing or anything?
What you doing out so early?
I'm just traveling. Listen, I was hoping to buy a couple things before I continue on the road here. One of them being a gift for he kind of like flushes, like not flushes, but he like blushes a little bit and goes, I was hoping to get something for someone that's that would help them in their time of distress, is what he says. He words it very weird. They've been very stressed lately and overworked. I was hoping you could maybe I don't know, do you have anything that could help them relax, or maybe some herbal teas? And he'll say, like, he's starting to like continue towards the back of the wagon to buy stuff, like he's done 1,000 times. Because he knows that's normally where he goes up to get the stuff and they make the transaction. I'm assuming is how.
Yeah.
That okay.
Yeah, I'd say around the back. Yeah.
Has all
So-
of the stuff.
So he will
As
like.
you do that, Percival's gonna like hop over the coach part and get into the back.
Okay. And I will walk with Treble around towards the back of the wagon and look in, see if I notice anything at first glance.
Like,
Just a very tall tiefling standing very suspiciously still.
is like,
Is
when
TikTok out
would-
and about, or is TikTok like
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
would
is
they have
TikTok
an
hidden?
opportunity to
Guys,
hide
is
him?
TikTok hiding?
that's what I was about to say. When would
You said that we didn't have enough
uh,
time to hide them. So like as I scramble to the back, I'm kind of just like standing in front of him with my
oh,
lab
I was
coat all the
about
way down to the
to-
floor.
I was about to ask, when would Tavrick have lost sight of Ylvanna? Like, how
Probably,
much
like,
time?
I would
between-
say I have a passive perception of 13. I would probably lose sight of you like when I'm right next to the wagon. I feel like, or the
Mhm.
cover of the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're talking
he's
to
definitely
Percival
just
and you're still
Yeah.
walking the horse, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it would be like a second or two.
Shit.
I'd give you 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
That's just enough time for like a turn.
That's fair.
Okay.
Now you have more than I do. At this point, I'm kind
Yep.
of just like scrambling.
Percival
through, like,
was the
medicine
one who
cabinet,
was
being like, what
sus.
can I give him to talk? Like I could just keep him distracted. Essentially.
So it's
So-
like will I have enough time to do it? Okay. Would I have enough time to like would I like somehow work with Percival to like grab a TikTok and kind of like hide him at the front with me? So you see my back and then TikTok is like have him like in front of me, like on my lap, just like holding him still.
Sleight of hand check. Sleight of hand check
Oh, that's a
with
come on.
disadvantage because of the distance and how
Yep.
big TikTok is, and the
TikTok
fact
is.
that Tavrick already knows something's up, man. You got 3
Can I do-
factors against you right now, so just I'm gonna
Can I
give
do,
you a
like the help action of just like tossing, or not tossing,
Like,
but like, quickly shuffling TikTok closer to the coach.
Just like kicking, just like slowly like sliding him with your foot.
TikTok. Are you making any noise through all of this?
Was I told to be quiet?
Yeah, before we
Ylvanna
gave it to the-
Ylvanna did say very quickly to quiet down.
Then he would not be making noise, but he would also, like, when he's getting slide, it's like when you're trying to like push your dog out of the way while he's sitting. He just slides on the floor.
Suddenly a very loud scraping noise.
Yeah.
So no, I am not going to give. I'm gonna hold that base disadvantage as opposed to, even with the help action, as opposed to, like, if I made you, as opposed to like double disadvantage, because that would just suck.
So I got a 23 and a 16.
Tavrick,
What am I rolling?
perception.
Perception.
Yes.
Please.
With
please,
advantage
please,
because of your nat 20.
Ooh, with advantage.
Because of your nat 20. Only
my
because of your
first
nat
one.
20.
Let's see, is perception initiative? Or where's my perception?
It's
Wisdom.
Perception
below.
plus- So what am I trying to beat? 16?
Fail.
Well, that is a 19 plus 3.
I hate you. I hate you so much.
So
You hold on. But because of how well you all did, you see a whiff of white motion when they move him, but you don't know what was moved yet. But it does make you pause.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go. You wanted something that would relax somebody? Is that what I heard? Here you go. Try this on for size. And I like
So
shove
I'm
a bag
ignoring you. I'm looking straight because I'm assuming I saw Ylvanna like shift.
Yes.
Okay.
With a blur of motion that is different than Ylvanna's form.
Okay.
So she's moving something.
I think at this point, Tavrick knows something's up and they're doing something they shouldn't. So he is going to like put his hand on his long sword.
Right.
And oh, God, how do I want to go about this? I'm going to oh God. I'm gonna make an intimidation roll
Oh,
and
fuck.
say, mind telling me what you have up front there?
Would I roll anything? What would I roll against that?
It would be
mean.
an intimidation would be
So, oops, I did not mean to do that. I meant to look at perception. I got a 17. I got 13 plus 4.
intimidation is charisma, so it'd be a charisma save.
Oh, fuck me.
Okay.
Is it both of us, I'm guessing?
Who are you intimidating, or are you
Ylvanna.
Okay.
Because
Fuck!
I said, do you mind showing me what you just put up there? Referring
Piss
to
off, Paladin.
what do you want? I said it like I said it.
What did each of you roll?
I haven't rolled yet.
I haven't rolled yet. So
Okay.
it's a charisma saving throw.
Charisma save
against the 17.
Against the 17, you have to beat you gotta beat a 17.
I'm so fucked. I'm so utterly fucked. Bless me, gods.
Would you like me to roll for you?
I got a 13.
No.
That's what
Damn.
So at this point, because I feel
Ylvanna,
like
tenses a little bit.
Yep. I feel like
you are intimidated.
I know, and I found out you have a decision you need to make.
Yeah, you are intimidated.
Are you gonna work with the cops, or are you gonna work against them, Ylvanna?
I don't have anything that could fucking help me.
Would they know that like I'm a more lenient on the lenient side? Would they know
absolutely. Yeah, they would know.
Okay, since we know that we can Tavrick's a chill kind of guy compared to everyone else, it's I make eye contact with Percival.
I'm going to encourage you to just explain what happened.
The face of fuck, and I'm just looking at him.
Yeah.
So, bud, let's talk real fast.
Is Ylvanna getting just as far as the eye contact before Percival cuts in?
But I think we could trust him with this.
Well, if we know that he's lenient, then I this was more of just I don't want to deal with
for me
so many questions.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way. For me, it's not a. To me, it's like you guys are acting way over suspicious, which to me is making me be a bit more cautious than usual.
Which is
it's
fair,
more of you guys are so freaked out that you're freaking me out.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's I make eye contact, and it's I think we just gotta do it, man.
I'll
I think
look
we
at
can trust him on this.
I'll look at Percival and just be like, what is it that you're not telling me? In the tone of just tell me what's going on and we'll work something out.
Okay, listen.
We yoink him into the caravan.
fucking kidnap me too.
I'm not gonna kidnap you. You're a big ass orc. I don't have the strength throw to save
Sorry, not kidnap, adopt.
Yeah.
Like Dragon just like, okay, you can't tell anyone.
Just like a sigh of we can't really hide it anymore, and we're just gonna get nowhere. I kind of just like sit down in the back of the caravan and just be like, okay, listen, we on our way here, kind of, sort of, maybe stumbled across a unique and colorful individual. That seems perfectly harmless and very naive and unaware of how the world works entirely. And at this point, I kind of like look at Ylvanna and like give a little nod of just like show the baby.
Show the baby.
We're about to have
It's
we're about to have a whole ass Stitch reveal where he just comes on and goes, "Hi."
Yeah. I sigh as
fucking-
well. I look
I'm-
at Tavrick.
I'm picturing you picking him up like the fucking monkey from the Lion King.
It's like as I look at Tavrick, I like slowly turn around, and on my lap is just TikTok
In this oversized white tunic.
oversized tunic, just still looking at a soft taco, not knowing what the fuck's going on.
So I fully
Tavrick,
see him now then.
Tavrick, you see this little itty bitty robot with his blue wizard's hat in a tunic obviously meant for an adult, looking like it's a massive just piece of cloth on this child-sized body, holding a soft taco, not quite sure what to do with it and no mouth to eat it, just inspecting it. And would you like to do an insight check for this?
Into what? To see if their story's true? Or...
No, or rather a history check or an insight check on TikTok who you see. If he looks like anything you've seen before.
I will do insight then.
Okay. I'm trying to gauge your sense of familiarity. Also, hi Kyle.
I bet you guys wish I was rolling like this when that was against you. I got a 7 plus 3, so I got a fucking 10.
Fuck you.
And with that, we are going to take a break to get hydration, stretch for a minute, and let the ads roll while I use the restroom. We will be right back to explain some more information on our little guy. We'll see you momentarily.
You're so dead.
Then
been a
there's me.
very
If
boy.
I get in trouble, my fathers are gonna grow another gray fucking hair, and it's gonna be a whole
So-
other story.
And I think that's why I clocked it so hard, is because you're normally like
I know,
a
it makes
cut
so much
clean to the
sense.
T, and I'm just like, why the fuck are you acting up so much?
And it's like, I may be a nuisance, but
You
I'm
never
not
hide things
that
from
much
me.
of
Why
a
are you doing it
nuisance.
now?
Yeah, exactly.
I can expect it from Ylvanna, but you?
Oh no.
Alright, anyway.
It's good, it's good.
There we go.
No, my Discord audio went buggy as fuck for a second.
I thought that was just Paladin's audio.
Uh-uh.
It's probably my phone.
Oh.
It starts.
Oh, there's the
Tell my
reply.
wife and kids I love them. Goodbye. Stop.
Is this TikTok?
Paladin, you're
I
not
was
the
about to say,
robot,
is-
man.
I'm TikTok's cousin. Tavrick.
Oh my god, Paladin. Buddy.
Hello.
Welcome back, chat.
Oh my
Welcome
god,
back.
it's so big out.
No,
so
Spiel
loud.
escaped! No! I don't want to play anymore.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Hello?
There we
What?
go. Hi,
Oh,
buddy.
Hi.
I guess that's one
What?
way of getting past Tavrick. Just kick him out the
We
call.
win!
That's
Good.
fucking-
Separated from
Yay!
reality.
I have
Also-
a rare disease that makes me bamf out at random times.
Oh my god.
All right, welcome back, chat. We we
I'm
have
so upset.
we have had some interesting occurrences so far with just
No
our
one told me there was a
introducing our lovely characters here, them discovering each other, the ones who know each other, finding that some of them are lying to one another and trying to hide this new little guy, and I'll eventually lead you guys back to Luthien, but right now this is happening away from the city and away from them, and they are at work, so
No,
We're
my
10 minutes out
dice.
from the city, technically.
yeah, you're not far
Yeah.
from the city, but
Far enough to probably be out of
yeah,
Big
Out of
Brother listening
view.
range.
Yeah.
yep,
Not the big brother.
the big brother.
That's the best way I can describe it. It's fucking
Um,
Big Brother everywhere.
all you know at this moment is you discovered this little guy stuck underneath a branch at the edge of like where the forest is starting to pop up again, away from Pearl Peak, and he was trying to draw birds, and then he fell because the whole branch went down and it landed on top of him somehow, and then you rescued him. You knew he looked odd, you watched him heal himself, and then you put a white tunic on him that made him look like a child swimming in Grandpa's t-shirt. And now Ylvanna is holding him while Tavrick looks at him, and with a 13, correct?
Yes, 13.
With a 13, I will give you the only familiarity you have with this creature is limited knowledge that is only held by the lore keepers and those who have been in Belgeril, studying or seeing how new defense equipment is being made, how they're using the discovery of gears and such like that to create defense mechanisms between magic and items found in the world, and creating small things that look similar to TikTok, but he is very unique. So he's not quite familiar, but you can sort of recognize pieces of what you see out of what this little guy looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And the hat throws you off, though, because the only people you see wearing a hat at all are usually the ones traveling with magical items from Jacinth and Jesmo,
Mm-hmm.
where they make the magical items, or from Zendalore when they're bringing the magic crystals down to be made into other things that you guys use for weaponry on your patrols. So you know, it's kind of a little odd sense of fashion, but it's not like the hat's not illegal. It was just you could tell they whipped a white shirt over this kid because he didn't fit in. And you could guess by how they discovered him that he's probably illegal and not from this world. Thank you for Troll TM.
Would I get a sense on, like, kind of seeing what he is and recognizing things? Would I be able to tell if it would be a problem if we brought him into the city?
I am going to have you give a different history check.
Okay.
To know what to do on the legal side, okay? That's why I'm going to have you do that.
Would I get advantage with it?
Yes.
Okay. First one, 17.
Okay.
And then my next one, I am so glad I had advantage. Natural one.
Brother,
so 17.
this is the first session.
Natural ones.
First fucking session. Come on.
You know that if ever you find a wanderer with no memory and no paperwork, which you can ask if he has any of the papers needed to, like, identify himself or, like, where he came from, if he knows where he came from in this world, that there is a process of having someone or something checked for disease, which this is an automaton, it's a little odd, or you know that you can ask Luthien about records on individual people without having to go through the lobby. But Luthien can pull up records of people if they have a name.
Okay.
And you know, they might know what to do. You know, they skirt around a few things, so you know they might know what to do as far as helping this innocent, childlike creature being legal.
Okay.
So that you can at least figure out what's going on without getting into major trouble. But you do know that you need to change what he's wearing into something that's actually going to be fitting, which you have access to as a home aid.
Would I have that, like, in the gear with me?
No, you could just pick it up from the keep or from the inn really easily as a home aid. Just say, hey, someone was injured and needed a replacement that is fitted to them.
Okay.
Very easily. You have a lot more power where it comes to that kind of thing, which you're not far from the city, so...
yeah, I'm only like 10 minutes out, so...
But you may want to encourage a certain TikTok to take his hat off or have a white hood on instead.
Okay. So, I guess Tavrick's initial response upon seeing TikTok, or this being, there's like that first initial like bit of like, oh, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
But then kind of looking it over, like realizing that it kind of seems familiar to some other things I may have come across. And like his whole body posture changes a little bit. Like his shoulders relax, his hand comes off the long sword, and he's very much like, yeah, it's like that. You get the sense that he's relaxed, so you probably can too.
TikTok. Do you say anything upon being turned around, or are you just very focused on this taco that they gave you?
I'm very focused on the taco and obeying the command to be quiet.
Okay.
Does Ylvanna encourage him to say hi or anything, or just show him?
Yeah, I like look down at TikTok and still looking at the taco, and like I just reach over and I just like tap his hand to get his attention. Like the same hand that's holding the taco.
Just like look, like head tilts up to look up, and it's like, can I talk now?
And
Tavrick has this initial like, oh, what the fuck, it talks.
Exactly.
Just like looks at that. Oh, hello there. Welcome, nice, caring, friendly neighbor. I'm a normal entity. Yes. Hello.
I just like do a little face palm.
Yeah.
I think Tavrick sees this. It like he's like stun locked for a moment.
I am
Like
not
he-
dangerous.
Tavrick puts his hand on the longsword.
First of all, it's just like internally, like his face is all scrunched up, like this fucking thing is gonna die.
he looks fine, but he's internally screaming.
I then just hold the soft taco back up into TikTok's point of view.
So
Get him to be quiet.
This is a soft taco.
I think Tavrick will look at TikTok and kind of like gesture him over to like walk on the back of the wagon, so he's like face to face with Tavrick. So like he meets Tavrick's eyes because of the height of the wagon, essentially.
I'll put TikTok down and kind of like softly nudge him to go towards Percival and Tavrick.
Good.
He does like a waddle, so he doesn't step on his
my
shirt.
God.
Waddle.
Ylvanna goes back to clutching her chest.
Percival is just sitting in the back, crisscross applesauce, and as TikTok walks up to him, like tail, like naturally kind of like curves around him, just not touching, but very much in a
like if you fall.
line.
I will
Can't
look.
take this one.
I will look TikTok up and down, and I'll go, "Okay, buddy, I have a couple questions," and I pick him up and run. No, I'm just kidding.
What?
I'm kidding. It's my turn
I
to
have
adopt
8
the
things
child.
that can speed you up. I would catch up
I'm
with you
kidding.
in
I'm
an
kidding.
instant.
I'm
Brother.
joking.
I'm telling you, I clicked the spell section of my character sheet real fucking quick.
Right.
I will look TikTok up and down, and I will say, "Well, you're quite the odd one, aren't you?"
No.
Oh.
I'll look at him and be
like, "Am I the odd one?"
You know by this response that he believes with all his itty bitty soul that he is acting very normal for this environment.
Oh, no.
So if you want to
Alright.
continue to ask that question, you can, or you have an opportunity to educate this lost child.
Okay. I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna ask. So I have a few questions for you. And
I have
depending
a
on
few questions for you.
All right. I'll tell you what. If you let me ask 3 questions, you can ask 1 in return. How's that?
What? No.
There.
All right.
Oh my god.
I'll say, all right. First question. Do you have any papers describing who you are?
TikTok will like, papers. Reach into his bag and pulls out a little flip book and hands it to Tavrick.
Okay. I will begin to flip through the book. What do I see?
You
Just
see
pictures
drawings.
of birds. Drawings
You
of
see
birds.
drawings of birds.
Drawings. How many drawings of birds?
This one's only got 4.
Oh, okay. Are they colored or are they just
No, they're light art.
stencil drawings?
Yeah. Here
Okay.
they're in the art channel.
Oh, okay. So there's nothing. Oh my god!
You had that shit ready. Wait a minute. He had that shit ready. Lefty.
He's such an artiste.
Bro, that is
Oh
some
my.
fucking. That is some dick butt level drawing.
Lefty.
I
I
will.
love this.
Oh my god!
Oh.
I will close the book, press like my fingers to the bridge of my nose, just go, okay. Do you know where you're
Neighbors.
from? What's your origin?
He will kind of look to see if he can look past to see what the sky looks like. That way.
Do you point
And he-
up towards the sky?
No, he points east.
Oh, he points east.
You should have been funnier and pointed to the west.
What-
Be like, wait a minute, you pointed
Different
east.
That way.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
I then like kind of put my hands on my knees so I can get like on his exact level.
Let me give chat these.
Yeah. Yeah, Faye's He's making a fucking PowerPoint of
Hey.
the pictures of the fucking birds.
Also, make sure to include the picture of his character because I'm sure chat would love to see that. His character's
Yeah, I'm
fucking adorable.
getting there. Oh my god. This is fucking beautiful.
Look at those beautiful pictures by TikTok, bro. This you should have gotten like one of like a really beautifully drawn bird.
And then the rest are just complete ass.
Oh.
Those are beautiful. What are you talking about?
I gave you only one of his books.
I know.
Oh
when
my
you
God.
Only
said this
one?
only has 4 pages full, I was like, he's got cover to cover notebooks. I fucking know it.
And then I'm gonna
Okay.
put TikTok so that you
Yeah,
guys
next
can
session.
see the adorable little guy we have discovered and why they are obsessed with this little guy, okay? I'm gonna have him
TikTok
stand
is the
on I'm gonna
main
have him
character
stand
for her.
on BammTNT's heads. But this is TikTok. This is our little guy.
Yes. The child.
He's just a little guy. Look how adorable he is.
Look at them.
Look at him.
He's so cute.
Isn't he?
It's not here
The
yet.
baby.
Hang on. I don't see him.
Skill issue.
I have
Yeah, is it
stream
not-
open in chat.
Well, like on the live stream. Oh, there he is. Okay, there it is. It just took a minute.
Your
Your
behind the
delay is
camera.
like
Yeah.
crazy.
I'm
There's no delay.
sorry.
skill issue.
Yes, he's fucking adorable.
Damn.
I will. Okay.
That's one
And-
question.
Here, let me make it
As
easier.
so
There you go.
that's 2 questions actually.
Oh yeah.
And
'cause-
for
yeah.
his third question, I'll like get on his level, look him down the eyes, and go, okay. Do you at least have a name?
Of course.
What is it?
That's 4 questions.
Yes. I was hoping you'd do that.
I'll look at Percival and go, what's his name?
Percival hasn't asked. Percival doesn't know.
Oh fuck.
Oh yeah, I
That's
just know that he's just a little robot
Okay.
that healed himself.
No one's
Okay.
asked his name.
I will then go, okay, what's your question?
What is your name?
My name is Tavrick.
Hello, my name is CM Unit 001 TT. Classification TikTok.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's fucking adorable.
Nice to meet you.
Tavrick's heart explodes from cuteness. He dies on the spot, and the campaign's over for him.
Throw the new character. Tavrick's twin brother.
I will reach out and happily shake his hand.
Yeah, you're a lot stronger to TikTok, so you're
Mhm.
lifting him off the
I
ground. when you
fucking
shake.
practically pick him up.
Yep. Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
there.
All right, bud. Look, we need to figure some things out with you. Are you willing to come, or are you willing to come?
Oh
Racing.
my god.
Where are we going?
Are you
I'm with my 2 friends here.
Okay. Are you traveling into town? Like, what is your destination or purpose for entering the city?
They are taking me into town.
Okay. Well, before you go into town, we're gonna need to change a couple things before you go in, bud. Okay.
What do they need to change?
Well, first, your hat needs to be white.
Okay, easy enough. Next.
Second, I'm gonna have to go into town and get you some different clothes. Ones
But-
that are more your size.
But they gave me this shirt, dress, thing.
Yes, and I can give you other ones that can fit you better.
Just looks at
Ylvanna's just in the
Ylvanna.
coach seat,
You-
just
you
like
can-
biting her.
You can tell him he can keep both, but wear the one that's better fitted.
You can keep both, but you can wear the one that's better fitted.
Acceptable parameters.
There you go.
Alright. I'm gonna
Okay, good.
look at Percival and Ylvanna and just kind of say, I will ride into town. I will get some appropriate attire for him. I then look at TikTok and go, is it him?
That
What are
is-
your pronouns?
I do not identify as male or female genders, such as yourself. I am TikTok.
Alright. I will go into town and get TikTok. Oh my gosh. I will go into town and get TikTok some appropriate attire. I shall return. Please do not leave.
Okay.
And I will
Yeah,
I will look at Percival and be like, if you leave, it's like that look of like, look, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt right now. If you leave, shit's just gonna get worse for you.
Yeah, he knows. I wouldn't have
Okay.
left even if you didn't give me that
Yeah.
look.
So can I go back into town and get? Actually, no, that would take too much time. I was gonna say, can I go to town, get the clothes, and then come back? I will ask here. TikTok, may I have your hat, please? Can we keep it stored somewhere?
This is my hat. I don't think it fits you. It fits me.
Correct, but with where we're going, it's
Slides down, has to lift up.
it's polite to not wear a hat of that color.
Affirmative. Will change color of hat.
When he said, does he do anything about it when he
Does he,
says
like,
this?
change?
Does it like magically change?
Does it
to-
magically change colors?
He would like put both of his small hands up to the hat. That blue ray comes out, and the hat's the color and the stitching turns from this bluish purple to a white.
Oh
with like
shit!
a faded tint to it.
Mm.
I'm just
Oh,
looking
shit.
at Tavrick being like, yeah, fucking look at this thing, right? Like, this is right.
I witness this and I kind of look over at Percival, like my jaw hanging open a little bit, like what the fuck?
Is this acceptable parameters
We're
for
just
white?
all wide-eyed, just looking at the color change, and we're like, "Oh my god!"
I look at him and I'm like, yes, it looks wonderful. That color suits you very well.
Greatly appreciate it.
And I will. I don't know. So he's at least got like the white scrunchie. Like probably the first thing we're gonna do when we get in town is get him appropriate attire.
Correct.
So like the fact that
Yes.
he just has like the emergency cloth on him, would that be a problem in town?
No, that'll be fine.
Okay. I will go back to hop on Trouble because I'm assuming he's all set now. He looks appropriate, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
He's getting over the shock of seeing a talking robot too.
Yeah. Well,
He's just
hang on.
wide-eyed. You have a
Hang
wide-eyed
on.
horse.
Hang on, Ylvanna. I'm going to jump up onto the horse and walk back towards the front and like wave them to follow me so they can follow me into town. And you just hear him mutter as he walks past your driving bench, whatever you call it. That is the last fucking thing I expected to see today. Just fucking wave you guys to follow him, and then we'll go get him his appropriate attire and stuff.
Also,
Amen to that,
Luthien,
brother.
Luthien, you do not have to stay muted if you would like to. You're welcome to chime in occasionally. You're fine.
Okay. I
Yeah.
don't want to interrupt the interactions too
No,
much.
yeah, you're
Oh
fine.
no, we've been interrupting ourselves. I
Yeah.
think you'll be fine.
TikTok would just look back at Ylvanna and Percival and go like, he seems nice.
He is, but
He
he's
is. He
he's
is.
pretty good. I then kind of like, as Ylvanna is moving the carriage and following Tavrick, I'm just in the back, kind of like sifting through and being like, well, he did actually request something before he investigated, because I still don't know that he knew. So I'm just setting up an order for something.
It's very true. All right,
Dude,
so
I pushed TikTok to go sit with Percival.
we have an ad, so I'm just going to briefly describe and ask, Tavrick, are you going to the Water Star Inn that is easiest to reach so you don't have to deal with superiors and questions?
Yes.
Okay. So then you are passing the farms.
I think part of it's because
you're riding. You have gone from just a basic trot to a lot faster than the base speed you usually just go by, which is fine. You're headed towards the inn on the back of Trouble. Here comes Trouble.
Hey, you took my joke. That's a joke.
Oh, here we go. TikTok's cousins returned.
God damn it. God damn it.
Reopen, close and reopen your Discord.
God damn it. After crime, I will have my revenge.
What is this Megatron bullshit you're trying to pull off the fuck?
This is internet being shitty. Thanks, Comcast.
Assimilate.
It is a Dalek.
I am a Dalek.
But
Right. Did TikTok say, "Oh, that's a darling"?
Yeah.
Tavrick has gotten on horseback and taken off towards Water Star Inn. Percival and Ylvanna have resumed their drive with TikTok in the back of the carriage, or did Ylvanna pick him back up?
No, TikTok is sitting next to Percival at the back.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
we're doing patty cakes.
Okay.
I feel like I would have told them to keep him like low profile.
That's fine. He just looked like a
maybe keep the back of the caravan shut. That sort
playing
of thing.
games with Percival, making him look like a child is fine.
Yeah.
So,
Just baby.
you guys are traveling at your normal speed while Tavrick goes a little bit faster, so he can at least get the better fitting clothes. You're passing the farms, you pass the gate, and you are approaching this beautiful white marble road, because the road does transition from the traditional just worn down path from horses and carriages to actual sort of marble cobble as you approach the gate, approach the city, and are approaching where the guards you usually have to check in with Percival to be like, hey, here's my permit, I'm allowed to sell, which covers you and anyone with you for the most part. Which is why they're not going to pay any mind to you having a childlike individual in the back of your carriage now that he's dressed a little bit better, so you can meet with Tavrick and get him into better clothing. After you've passed that little checkpoint, you'll park in your usual spot by the tavern, which is where you're allowed to sell from. Not far from the keep, but also not far from the bazaars and the markets. And able to make your rounds as needed. Because there's a stable right by the tavern that is not quite pictured. It's underneath Paladin if I transition. So it's behind the inn by the Farmers Guild is where the stable would be.
I can kind of see it. What you're talking about.
Yeah. So that's where
if you just park them on my left pectoral chest, you'll be fine.
Yeah, pretty much. But you'll park over that way behind the inn, still accessible, easily access the road, and Tavrick knows where to find you. So you have arrived at the city of Waterstar with your new challenging companion. Playing games, getting set up. You've prepared an order for Tavrick. Tavrick, you have asked for child's clothes from the inn as a homemade and they've given team no problem. And then you just meet up with the others and you're good. So, I already told you what your next steps would be as far as who to ask and what to ask. But you guys have been having this exchange long enough that you know that they're going to go on lunch pretty soon.
Okay.
Okay. Because we're reasonable work hours around here, people. We don't go crazy. Okay? You're not just attached to an office. All right. So, what now?
I will hand the clothes to TikTok. And I will say, change into these. You may still keep your old shirt. But while we are here, you need to wear these.
Okay. That is affirmative. And I just literally just start taking off the clothes.
He's which is fine because he's just a child.
Oh, God.
So, odd question.
So cute.
Is there what all is there in the way of like those listening devices where we are currently at the stables?
They will be able to hear a lot of things, and you guys would have had to like calm down and chill out before even getting into the city because there's some surface level mind reading stuff everywhere.
Okay.
So, and you all know this.
Shit.
Yeah, you all know this. So you would have had to take in a moment to chill.
I think sitting in the back of the carriage playing patty cakes with the tiny robot really helped my mental state.
Absolutely. Which is like you were literally playing a game like he was a child, so that's why nobody paid any mind, and there are things you just don't know. So
is it taboo for me to go directly to Luthien regarding stuff like this or inquire about things?
no, because you already have an established relationship, which is why it's acceptable. That's why I said you don't have to stop at the
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was
lobby.
one of those things where like it's frowned upon to do so, but people still do it, sort of thing.
Yeah, you're fine because you have an established relationship. So as far as anybody at the front is aware, whether you're looking something up or checking in on them to make sure they're doing all right and not doing anything wrong, you're fine.
Okay.
Okay.
In that case, I will look at Percival and I will tell him, I'm trying to word this properly so nothing comes out that shouldn't. I have someone I can ask regarding the information you were seeking.
Okay.
Are you, real quick though, Percival, before he even gets into this, going to bring up the order that he asked about?
I kind of have like a baggie. Like I have like a little sack in my hand.
A baggie.
A little pouch.
I can just imagine just a little baggie.
Pouch.
A little
like
pouch of tea ingredients.
Orders plus the tea, yeah.
The specialty.
Okay. It was just a real quick, you asked something and you dressed a child and now you're approaching the person who you asked the something about. So before we even get into that whole, did you take care of this situation? Okay, good to go.
I feel like Tavrick is very much almost like in damage control mode. Just because he's like, there's not enough information that I know on this being on whether or not it is a problem for us right now.
Yeah.
So he's kind of in that like work mode. He's that very quick response. I got to take care of this before that happens, blah, 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 blah. So he's very like, it's weird to see him like this because he's normally on the roads. He's super laid back and doesn't really care. But seeing him in the city and him like full on work mode, it's weird to see him in this state. I will tell Percival. Damn it! Now I forgot what I was going to say because I don't want the devices to pick up on anything.
Think about your words. You can think about your words carefully because I do need to go back to Luthien at some point, anyways. Before you go there.
Okay, I'll think about what I want to say. Go to Luthien.
Okay, So you helped dress the child, and Percival gave you the tea, and you're thinking about how to phrase what you want to say to resolve the issue. And at that point, we're going to go to Luthien, working at their desk, trying to get this quote-unquote end of the year paperwork done and filed when your supervisor, who you know to be Lynette, who is this older elven woman, approaches your desk, which she usually doesn't do in the middle of the day, so it's a little odd. She usually only does that when, like, there's something urgent or a meeting's about to happen, that kind of stuff. Approaches your desk, and it's just a little tap of her shoes on the marble floor as she does so. Puts her hands on her hips as she pauses in front of your desk and looks at you, looking down this long nose with her... She's old enough that she's graying now, which for an elf is a really, really long time. You don't know her age quite yet, but you do know that for them to be gray, they're old. It means they've been around for a while.
Yes.
And it's tucked back neatly in a bun. She looks very prim and proper in her white. It almost even looks like a modern pantsuit with how she's dressed. So it's a lot nicer than what a lot of the average citizens wear. It's a lot more prim and a lot more proper. Puts her hands on her hips as she approaches you, and it's just, Luthien, I understand that you've been working a lot of extra hours lately, but I really am going to need you to finish up this partial stack on this side of your desk before you even take a lunch just quite yet. Because there's an important report somewhere in the middle of this stack. I don't quite remember where it was placed by the courier, but there's a report in here that I'm going to need, and then once that report in particular is filed, I am going to have to send you with a few important documents to Orblin. Okay? You're going to have to check in with your caretaker, so you can have that escort to go to Orblin, which, you know, the keep has to approve and everything.
Yes.
So I'm going to need this report. And she's not specifying what report. You just know it's a report that's a little different than the rest of them. But this report, and then you got to take all the rest of... I'll have the rest of the documents ready and packed for you to take to the office in Orblin before we have our spring festival on the 1st. And then you need to be back by that date. Is that going to be a problem?
I don't believe so, ma'am. I will do my best.
Excellent. Then I expect nothing but the best from you. Don't let me down. And then just turns on heel before you even have a chance to respond and walks away. No clear directions. Just
Fucking killer.
just get this report done and then prepare to travel.
And Luthien just kind of stretches, cracks her knuckles a little bit. You know, sort of the normal things that the keepers do whenever they're having to, like, really buckle down. And she is just, like, pedal to the metal, just... Like, she was going at her normal pace before. Now she's just hurrying through these papers as quickly as she can, while still being as accurate as she can be.
Mm-hmm. A good little scribe. Good little scribe. A lot of the paperwork that you're doing is literally just verifying that documents of birth and death have been filed correctly, licenses have been filled out and applied for correctly for you to then notarize, essentially, and then it'll be passed to another desk for someone else to either give an approval or a denial based off of the information in those documents. So all you're doing is verifying it's done correctly. And then a couple other reports regarding a couple of pop-ups of new illness, and the report that you finally find after a couple hours of this work of verifying these documents is on a new flower found in Orblin, with a brief, very brief description that looks like yellow elongated petals with a couple of just looks like 2 pollen spires from the center that glows at night. And the report that's there is that when it was discovered, the individual who found it became unconscious and was discovered along the road. They thought it was just a flower they could make into a tea. They were discovered comatose in their camp on the road with this flower in their possession. That is what this report is detailing, is the effects. And they are still in a healer's care in Orblin. And if they continue to be in this state, the report details that they will be transferred to Jacinth for advanced alchemical study for the effects of this flower and for advanced healing care.
Yes.
So it's an odd, you're coming across a lot of odd occurrences today that are just unusual for a day to day. Unusual for a day to day. And you know that once you finish this report, you don't have to come back to the office today. You get to take your lunch and then prepare to leave after you pick up the pouch of scrolls and documents that was foretold by Lynette. Okay.
So she would finish up that report, notate anything that she needs to for her travels. You know, there's usually some sort of report that she needs to hand in, her specifically needs to hand in, that Lynette had to stamp and essentially say, oh yeah, they're okay to do XYZ. So she would go in, she would file those reports, file that paperwork with Lynette, inform her supervisor that she is taking her lunch and will prepare to depart. And so she would go back to her desk, clean everything up, make sure that it's all nice, prim, proper, she's not forgetting anything, grab her lunch, and walk outside.
Okay.
Would you like me to continue?
Give me
Okay.
a moment.
I was gonna say, I would say Tavrick would probably try to get there before she goes on her lunch break.
Yeah, that was what I was
If that's
gonna
any okay.
go to next.
Just
So
as like
as
a
you
hey,
were,
keep working so I don't interrupt your lunch sort of thing.
So as you are getting your reports for the day certified by your supervisor, and then also preparing to collect the pouch of documents that you are needing to travel with, before you even set foot outside, Tavrick has brought...
I wouldn't have brought anyone with me.
No, I was just going to say some concerning questions or news. While the others are still... Percival, this would be a good opportunity for you to just do your usual shop activity so that no suspicions are raised and the routine's just sort of kept.
Yeah, I'm kind of tossing up between leaving Ylvanna and the baby here and going to do shopping. And swinging by essentially what I would only consider be my like informant in this area of the vibe, but probably mostly just going across the way to the district and getting materials and already preemptively restocking on the things that I've put aside for Paladin.
Okay.
I can keep an eye on the child.
And the shop?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ylvanna is running the cells out of the carriage and keeping an eye on TikTok, while
I have
Percival runs a couple of errands, which we will come back to for now because we've been leaving little Luthien in the dark. We're gonna go back to Tavrick approaching Luthien before they get a chance to leave their workplace.
It's okay, I'm used to the dark.
No.
No, stop it.
We all have to get together.
We gotta. There will eventually be a point, especially once we break away from the city altogether, where you're all together and not split as much.
And hopefully we'll be able to speak our minds a little bit more.
Yes, I just I hate to do the whole. Well, you're all sitting in a tavern start.
Yeah.
So when there's
No,
so
I
much
like
more.
This is fun.
There's so much more lore to build with you guys, so
yeah, this is cool.
this is why we're gonna go right back to Tavrick approaching Luthien to find a resolution for the TikTok problem.
So I will say Tavrick just kind of like, it's like, if I were to leave trouble somewhere, like, would he like walk off if I don't tie him off, or is he like trained enough to be like he stays there until I come back?
If you are leaving trouble, you would have left him at the stable because you know they'll just take excellent care of him there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, then you see me kind of jogging towards the Capitol building, looking a little more like I'm obviously in work mode, but I'm disheveled while in work mode, which is really odd considering at this point I should have been long on the road at this point. So you seeing me in the state I am, or the state I am in is not normal for me when I approach you. And I just kind of go a little out of breath. I'm just like, hey, listen, I know you're about to go on your lunch break. I'm really sorry, but can I bother you with just one thing before you do?
And Luthien just, like, she kind of lets out this long sigh, and you have only heard this sigh, like, after a really long day, and she's just like, of course, what is it, Tavrick? I also have something that I need to discuss with you as well, so...
Upon seeing this, he immediately feels bad because he feels like he's, or never mind. I guess that would be a thing. He initially has like he kind of snaps out of work mode for a moment, kind of realizing he's coming across maybe a little insensitive. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to hear your day is long. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I just need information on an individual to find out where they're from.
Name?
I will tell her the name TikTok.
And is that spelled Ticktock?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna say yes because I'm assuming it's spelled that way.
Any other identifying information that I need to know?
Do you remember the first part of his name at all?
Because he gave you his whole title, man. Like,
yeah.
back to
God, I can't fucking remember it.
Do you want to do? You want to do? Do you want to do a history check for memory?
Sure. Oh, I got 15. I got 15. That's fine.
CM Unit 001 TT.
that. Hold on, let me write that down real quick.
You could
One more
just
time.
look at his name in the campaign.
Wait, what? Oh wait, can I actually do that? Hang
Yeah,
on.
if you look at the
Oh my
campaign where
god,
your
I'm
character sheet
discovering
is
things
built.
about D&D Beyond. Holy shit.
If you view the campaign, you can see the name
Oh
of our
my god, I didn't even need to
character.
make the check in the first place. God damn it. Why did
Even-
no one tell me this?
Because it's funny.
Alright.
Yeah.
I tell her
Content.
I tell her the entire name, CM Unit 001 TT. And then I said, if that doesn't work, try TikTok.
Yes, it's spelled like an actual TikTok.
Okay.
Okay. And she's Eri, for this, I would like to do a history check / knowledge check. I think that history is the closest thing.
It is the closest thing.
Okay. So I just rolled that. It is a 16 plus 8, so that would be a 24.
You know that this name does not exist in any of the records you have ever handled or come across.
So Luthien gets sort of this little like look in her eyes, and Tavrick, after being associated with her for many, many years, knows this is the look of, we cannot talk here. Meet me at my house.
Insight
Sort of
check
thing.
for me real quick.
Me or Luthien?
Nope, Luthien.
Okay.
Oh, that went on the floor. Insight, that would be a 14.
While you know that this is actively not a part of any real world records,
Mm-hmm.
you remember very, very faintly at some point recently writing out this exact note of what to find in one of your dreams.
And, like, I could see her, like, stiffening at her desk a little bit because she wrote out what he told her. So she just very slyly, like, slips that piece of parchment in her pocket.
Sleight of hand.
And... Oh, go ahead.
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand? Okay. That would be a 21.
You just barely made that.
Holy shit. Okay.
Good job, baby.
So
Alright.
she slips that in like her sleeve and gives Tavrick the look, and that is the of, we are not safe to discuss this any further. And rolling a small performance check, if that is okay.
Absolutely.
So that would be a 21. She just brushes it off, pretends that everything is okay, clears her mind, and just goes, by the way, Tavrick, I'm so sorry that I couldn't help you out with that inquiry that you had. I do need to discuss with you. I have documents that I need to take to Orson. And as she's talking...
Orblin.
Again, I have dyslexia. I apologize.
No, you're good. That's why I repeated it.
So, as she's talking, she is very, like, slightly hurting him towards the door, but it looks like, you know, this is a normal occurrence. He comes in and checks on her. He walks with her out of the hall like this quite often, so it looks very natural to those around them.
What was your performance roll?
21.
Okay. You're fine. They believe it. They all believe it. All right. You're good to go. So you two exit the building then, and you wanted to try to go to your home first?
Yes, though, like,
I will say while we're walking. Actually, you go ahead first.
Yeah,
want to
so
hear what you say.
she would take him to her home at first to kind of get a baseline.
And to pack
Because
her
she knows
clothing
that
because she's been assigned a trip and you
yes,
guys just made
she
this big
needs to pack
performance.
clothing,
Mm-hmm.
and then she knows that she still has the coin of the order, and so she'll have to stop there as well, and that's on the way.
Okay.
Out of town.
Correct.
Yep. So she takes him into her house, and like as soon as they're both in, doors close behind them, she just looks at him and goes, "The name that you gave me, that information, it does not exist in any of our records, Tavrick. What is going on?"
I think upon hearing this, some realization will come over him, and he'll look her like in a very serious face that he doesn't normally have, and he goes, "I'm going to be inviting some friends for drinks. We, I'm gonna be, no, I don't have to. I don't have to hold my words here, right? Like we're in our house.
Correct.
Okay.
I would do an insight check on that.
Okay. Where is my page? Oh, God damn it, that's the characters. Hang on. View. Tavrick. Insight. Dirty 20.
You know that you need to be away from the windows and the doors, or any way that sound can slip out even a hint.
Okay.
She's probably taken him into her bedroom and is, packing up clothes and different items in a small travel bag that she has.
Correct.
Okay. In that case, he will say, "I will need to bring some people here. If what you're saying is true, it makes me feel like something bigger is going on here."
And she just looks at him and pauses and goes, "Tavrick, I have to get to Orvlin and back within how many days would it be, Ari?
We are currently on day 70 of Rue, so it would be 3 days. I do believe you need to be back by the 1st.
And she just gives him a look of, "I cannot stay here any longer than necessary. I have to be gone by tonight, and I have other things that I need to do. So if they are able to travel, they will have to travel with us, and it will be safer to talk outside of the city."
Yeah, because that gives you a day to get there, a day to do the things in town, and then a day to get back to be on time for the 1st of Bloden.
Yep. And she explains to him that she has a day to travel there, a day to do the things that she needs to for the keepers, and a day to travel back. And if she is late, then it's going to get her in a lot of trouble and make her standing even more shaky than it already is because of who she is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. I will look at her. I will tell her, "Very well. We will leave tonight. There will be 3 people accompanying us. I know them, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'll say I know them. They're merchants that I pass by quite often on my travels. I've bought potions from them. I've bought teas from them. Like, he's like, they needed some assistance, and I am trying to help them out right now. They will have to come. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, she's just like, she nods and she's like, I understand they can come with. I need to go and pick up some papers, and I have another errand that I need to run. Where can I meet you tonight?
I'm assuming we can meet her tonight at the gate to go to Oberlin, right? Harry?
You don't have all day. There's a reason she was let out in the halfway point, so.
Yeah.
You are very short on time for her timeline.
Oh, okay.
So tonight is not ideal.
Okay.
So she would probably give him like, I will need to meet you and we will need to leave in 2 hours tops.
Would that be enough time?
Yeah, should be plenty.
Okay. All right. I will tell her very well. 2 hours, the gate leaving to Oberlin. I'll be there. I'll tell her I will be there whether they decide to come with us or not.
And she looks up at him and goes, not a word or a thought about this.
And he just like he does the zipper motion across his lips and throws away the key.
We're going to do an emphasis on thought on this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And she knows that he has a spare key to her house, and she has way too much to do. She's ignoring her stomach rumbling, everything, and she just puts her bag over her shoulder, looks back at him and goes, lock up on your way out. And clears her mind, goes out the door and back to work to pick up those papers.
So real quick, the apartment still smells like cookies. Are there any left on the tray? Or did you clean it all up? Okay. So Tavrick, you do have a scent temptation there if you would like to consider it. Because they are technically one of your favorite things and what she bribes you with, and they're a comfort item for you. But you also know that she bakes for the sake of comfort. And I have you do an insight check against her right now. Luthien, are you trying to hide your emotions?
Once she's out the door, she does, but
not in this space.
She's not in her space, and in her space, it's very clear she is like stressed to high heaven. She is anxious. She is in a rush. She's kind of a mess mentally.
Okay.
Okay.
So then, and again, I will remind my players, you do have the option of using your passive instead of an active roll if I ask for a roll, as far as perception, investigation, or insight goes, by the way. That is a house rule that I've always had and have written down for you guys, but I know I wrote down a lot of them. So,
Yes.
Tavrick, would you like to actively roll insight or use your passive insight at this moment?
I will use passive because
it's a pretty easy DC, and you trust her. So you know that she is super stressed out, and at this point you could pretty well tell she only gets like this stressed when her supervisor or the actual head lore keeper approaches her. So you know that whatever task she was given is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's stressing her out. Because the fact that she's more stressed than she was yesterday with the load of work is a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
That means something's going down somewhere, even if she hasn't told you what, even if it's because she doesn't know what. But the biggest thing is, you could pretty well pick up that something happened to make her this distressed at work. Okay. But you watch her walk out the door, and then do you just follow and then head back to your own path? Or do you...
I will...
Cookies?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll probably reload up on cookies. Just because I know this is probably going to be a longer trip. I will eat 1 or 2 separate from my bag just to calm my mind. And kind of level myself out and just enjoy the comfort. And then I'll go out because my head is now in like the right mind space.
In the time it takes you to eat these cookies, a courier knocks on the door.
Oh.
You gonna get that?
Yeah. I will. Courier, as in like someone that delivers letters,
Mailman.
right?
Mailman.
Mailman. Okay, yeah.
Gentleman that just has a messenger's bag around his shoulder and waist. As you open the door, looks at you and Tavrick? Sir Tavrick?
Yes.
I have your release papers from the keep because a request from the Hall of Records and Tomes was submitted for your release for supervision. So here's that paperwork. So you're relieved from your duties. You're good to go.
Oh, okay. Does the report give me any like information on what she's there to do, to make sure she's like doing what she needs to do?
The only note on this document says to verify the pouch of documents remains unopened through travel.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. I guess at that point then I will head out and meet up with Percival, TikTok, and Ylvanna.
Okie dokie. All right, so since I have been focused on the rest of you, we're gonna have Tavrick just head back to where the carriage is set up, and we're going to.
I think all that's gonna happen is he's gonna give them an ultimatum.
Okay.
Either you can come with us to Oberlin and we can figure out a little bit more. Actually, no. Because we're outside in public.
Yep,
David.
and we'll get back to that in a moment.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to instead follow Luthien, who has gone to retrieve the package for Orblin and is now exiting her workplace one more time. The sun is high in the sky. It is clearly midday. Stomach's rumbling. Are we not paying any mind to it? We're just headed straight for the shop, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I really wish I had a map for this one, for the inside of this building, because I love this place. But you walk down the path along the lake, around the College of Bards, past Garden's Grace. Usually it's a nice, easy stroll, but when you get a calling card, you know that you just gotta head to Bryn's Exotics Mature Market and Inn on the north side of the lake. You have an opportunity to enjoy the nature that you pass still, so that you don't look outright suspicious, even though you do have a timeline. So that explains your brisk walk as you go. You approach from the front, recognizing the pole that doubles as, it's a very broad pole that doubles as sort of like a narrow, just like guard post inside, that supports an elongated balcony that just extends from the north end of this building with its many, many levels, different patios, different balconies going out from the top with different chatter and fun conversation happening up at the top of this massive building, mind you. So all you hear is just the random chatter of like city streets, as if it was all around you. And you approach the front door, which is very ornate. It's a beautiful marble building, but this is one of the few buildings in the city that has doors that look like black obsidian with carved, intricate lines with various stones crested in the door, looking like a glittering night sky. and then it's beautiful silver handles at the center of these double doors. Upon seeing you approach, you can easily hear a double knock from the guard post, and then the door opens a second later for you to just enter into the darkened space.
All right, I enter in the building.
So you go up these steps and you pass through the double doors of black obsidian and crystals and lines. It looks beautiful. It feels weird stepping through the doorway, but you yourself are acquainted with it. To where I'm going to have you do a Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Where the fuck did it go? Okay.
D20s fall. Everybody dies. The end.
Alright, so what we get?
Constitution saving throw with advantage, correct?
Correct.
I got an 18 for the first saving throw, so adding my Constitution, that would be a 19, and then I got a 17.
Okay. A 19 is just fine. Your stomach does sort of like a little somersault, which makes you more aware of the fact that you need to eat. Mm-hmm. But you have stepped through this doorway so many times that the magic of walking through it doesn't impact you as it would other individuals who might appear obviously a little out of mind. And upon entering into this space, the front entryway is just a little dark hallway with a desk that matches the front doors. The floor itself is more black obsidian. I say this because there is other colored obsidian, guys. Don't judge me for saying black obsidian. There are other obsidians.
Yes.
And then the walls around are also painted black. Now, to anyone outside, that would be weird, but this is Bryn's. Bryn's is a place permissible for certain things. They're allowed to do these things, right? And at the front desk, looking like a hotel entryway, you see this tall individual. And I do mean tall. He's got a good 3 feet on you.
Mm-hmm.
And today, with their beautiful self, they're looking very neutral, very, very non-binary vibes, you know, very androgynous. We're not picking a she, we're not picking a he, but we sure are still beautiful regardless. The beautiful, beautiful, lean, long lines with a crop of silver hair, bright green eyes, a porcelain-looking face. The ears look elven today. Dressed in a very feminine blouse with the little ruffles around the neck, poofs around their wrists, like the flare of a long sleeve,
yes.
And very long pants.
And
Just gives you this real quick look, and it's like, hello, darling. I was waiting on you. What took you so long?
And Luthien, like, almost as if, like, some of the stress has left her mind because she knows that this is even safer than her own home. She lets out this laugh and goes, "It's the end of the year, you know how it is, Emery."
Oh, absolutely. So, come with me, offers you a hand while stepping out from behind this counter.
She, of course, takes his hand immediately.
So Emery then opens the wooden door that is sitting in these black walls. It's just painted black for this moment. And another quick flip of the stomach as you are taken into a private hallway that then leads to a small private room. Smoke is in the air. If there was ever a hint of sound from outside, you can't hear it here. It's just quiet and calm with a smoky hint of incense filling the air of each of these rooms in a way that's meant to relax the body and mind as Emery leads you into a small private space with a couple of long couches and benches and spaces made to relax, gilded with padding and cushioning and very fancy fabric covering each of them. Like, you can tell this is a very expensive room, but it's also a very private, quiet. Nobody can read into it or hear into it. So it's a safe space. And Emery leads you over to one of the chases and just have a seat, relax. You were called here because we heard about the flower. We heard about the comatose one and why you have to go to Orblin. We already knew. We knew it was coming. You know how it is. We always discover them, right?
Yes, I know.
And touches a finger to their nose and is like, we don't miss a thing, do we?
No, we never do.
Good girl. So, I know you have the report because we know how they operate. And my client, your dear friends, would like you to see if you can acquire some of this flour while you're there without causing any risk to yourself or those you're traveling with, and just bring some back. Do you think you can do that?
And Luthien, like, she looks a little bit hesitant, but she knows that she cannot refuse. If she's already scared of the government, she's even more scared of the clients at Bryn's because they hold that much power. So she just gives Emery a little nod and goes, yes, of course, I will do my best to safely obtain some of the flour.
Good.
However, I hope that there will be an understanding that if there is not a safe way,
We won't hold it against you, I promise. No, it's a thing. See if you can try. And are you traveling with just Tavrick this time, do you think?
No, there will be others.
Okay. If you think you can trust them, you might acquire assistance. Perhaps I can also put you in touch with a contact of mine who would assist you in the gathering of herbs safely.
Anything would be helpful. Tavrick says that he trusts these merchants. However, I am unfamiliar with them outside of interactions at the hall. So,
and you see Emery's eyes sort of narrow a little bit as they look at you, and just tilts their head a little bit and is like, merchants.
yes.
Did Tavrick give you a name?
No.
Okay. Well then. I guess we'll find out, won't we?
Yes, we will.
I'll have my contact reach out to you by the end of the day. Even if you're just on the road, we'll have someone reach out. In fact, let me give you a little gift. And then just holds out an empty hand, waves a hand over their hand. I'm going to need you to do a perception check real quick. And this is an active one.
Yes. Active perception?
Yes.
That would be a 17, ma'am.
Ooh, not quite high enough for this, but a little sending stone appears in Emery's hand, and they offer it to you.
And of course, Luthien, she knows how this goes. She takes the sending stone from him with a small thank you.
You're welcome, dear. And that's just so that I can reach out, or you can reach out if you need assistance, okay?
Okay.
So, to assist, and as payment, we do have a couple of rations at the front desk for you that will assist, making sure you're taking care of yourself. Isn't that right?
And as he says that, her stomach just grumbles loudly.
It looks down at your stomach, looks up at your face, and just click of the tongue. It's like, you missed lunch by doing your paperwork and stressing about it, didn't you?
Yes.
Stop seducing my girlfriend.
No, this is my job.
Keep going.
Don't stop.
More seduction. More seduction.
And Emery just, that's all right. You can use some of the rations we have for you on your way. If you're traveling with merchants, you're most likely not having to walk or ride a horse yourself, right? So then you can just enjoy what I've prepared for you myself and relax a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Okay. This one should be easy because we just want to be able to get our hands on a sample and figure out what it is before the associations do, you know? Just trying to stay ahead of the times.
Yes.
That way, nothing can be used against any of us, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, such a docile little pet, aren't you? Give them a little fun on your way, won't you?
I will do my best.
Right. And if you have any more concerns, you're welcome to reach out to me. Because you know I'd rather you tell me than me have to reach into your mind. I'd rather you trust me.
I do trust you.
Okay. Good. Perfect. Well, then you have this if you need to call for assistance. And again, I'll have my contact reach out to you by the end of the day, even if you're on the road. That'd be kind of funny if you wound up traveling with them, wouldn't it?
It would be.
It's funny how the world works. I guess we'll see, won't we?
Yes. We will.
Perfect. Now, as far as Bloden, the Spring Festival, what are you wearing to the dinner celebration, my dear? Have you figured that out yet? Have you picked a date? Have you made any plans? And you can easily tell that Emery at this point has moved from business to also gossip and is trying to just gauge what you're doing and what the activities that you've been given and assigned are.
Mm-hmm. And she just kind of laughs and goes, "Oh, you know, the usual white gown, no date. I will be assigned to the back of the group as usual and be told to be quiet and good."
Oh, but that's no fun. But I suppose this was expected, right?
Yes.
It's
And
okay. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I do have to live up to that expectation.
You see that Emery just sort of looks off to the side for a moment, pondering something, but not quite giving anything, just a blank sort of thinking face for a second, and it's just like, well, we all have our parts to play, don't we?
We do.
Then I suppose, and they stand and offer you a hand up as well.
And she takes his hand and stands.
Then I suppose we'll just get those supplies to you and wish you well on your journey, shall we?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. If you run into any trouble that guardian of yours can't handle, do call, because you know that I can just, snaps a finger, be there.
I know. I will let you know as soon as I can, if there is anything.
And then
And
heads.
I could see her having gone on like missions like this so many times that from under her robe she pulls out a necklace that she can put the sending stone in so that it's always within arm's reach.
Perfect. Nice. Good job. So then, at this point, once you have that situated, Emery will lead you back towards the door, lead you back out. You'll have that flip of the stomach again as you walk to the doorway, because I'm only going to do one con save for this entire thing. Approach the front desk, which now has a bag of holding, specifically to give to you, and passes it over and says, "The bag is yours to keep. The rations are just to keep you safe."
Thank you. This is a very generous gift and consideration, Emery.
Darling, it's not a gift, it's a payment for your services.
Well,
And then your painting, and then accidentally talks over you that entire time, misses every word, pauses, and then just continue.
she just goes, "Well, Emery, since it's from you, you may consider it a payment. I consider it a gift."
That's fine and fair, darling. Now, when you get back after the Bloden Ball, we'll have to talk about that next mural of yours, won't we?
Yes, we will.
Perfect. And it just sort of like trails really long fingers down their own neck, like thinking while saying, purring these words almost. It's like, perfect. And just, you're free to go. That's all I needed from you today, dear.
And she hands back the coin since she has fulfilled her duty to report there. She hands him back the coin, gives him a smile, and takes a deep breath and thinks about White and nothing as she walks through the door leading outside.
Perfect. And another flip of the stomach as she goes outside. And then, we're gonna go back to Tavrick, and Tavrick is headed.
Kill him. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
You don't even know him.
I know. That's why I'm gonna fucking kill him. I'm just joking.
Has anybody figured out why their stomach flips when they walk through the door?
Because they have their own mind reading devices.
That's a good thought. Well, I need to use the restroom again,
no
and
idea.
it's a good guess. We have 3 minutes of ads coming up in about 40 seconds, so that's an opportunity for me to use the restroom, anybody else to refill their drinks, which I also need to do, and to take a stretch break for their legs real quick for me to empty my bladder. I'll be right back. Thank you for hanging out, guys. We'll be right back with more Anathema Rising, Crescent Heart.
childlike robot into that area.
Oh god. That's fucking funny. Y'all. Lefty just said, I don't trust anybody that traces their neck like that.
They trace their neckline. That's how you know they're a slut.
Yep. You have that attitude and tracing your own neck, you trouble.
Red flag, red flag.
No, what do you mean?
I know, but it's just the fact that TikToks literally just like, that is danger. You don't trust people like that. Red flag, red flag.
I'm not dangerous. That's dangerous.
So, what just happened right before the break? And my goal before we finish up the night is to at least get out of the city. So there's going to be, I think what's left is not going to take very long. But the brief recap for those who did miss it. Luthien checked in at Bryn's Exotics on the north end of Waterstar, which is where we're still at right now. This beautiful building on the top end of the lake. Massive building. It's already massive.
Trying to fucking girlfriend.
And
girlfriend fucking.
We all got to meet my favorite NPC, Emery, who is a very androgynous individual that drove the rest. I mean, yeah, I shouldn't have muted Discord when I went on the BRB. You're Paladin. So now Luthien is headed to find Tavrick, who is with Ylvanna and Tock at Percival's carriage. But before we get back there, Percival, what have you been doing this entire time?
Shopping, collecting extra materials in the market. Just kind of seeing and also carrying around like any usual like people who usually purchase at my shop and like have like a set schedule of delivered potions or something or herbs of the sort. Just kind of seeing if I could like supply more to the market and like make trades almost.
Okay. Speaking of real quick, Luthien, if you didn't already, add a scroll case or a map case to represent the pouch of parchment and documents that you are transporting.
Okay.
To your inventory. And then Percival, what items in particular are we looking for outside of potion materials?
Spell components, probably another, if I could, like a small, well, I was gonna say like a small sleeping bag for the child.
Absolutely. Yeah, you could look for that.
Do you also want me to add in the bag of holding?
Yes, that is yours to keep, actually. That is a true payment/gift from Emery.
Yes.
Perfect. So you just
Potion
have the
components,
small
spell
bag of
components.
holding, about the size of a tablet, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So you can't like fit a whole body in it. It's not a handy haversack, it's just a small bag of holding.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So Percival, you were saying?
Potion components, spell components, like a little sleeping bag for the child, and probably extra food, now knowing that I'm going to be traveling with 2 extra stomachs, essentially.
Easily acquired?
Yeah, purely stocking up.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. And then do you want to... You know that he's a little itty-bitty warforge, but do you want to try to acquire any light armor for him or anything while you are doing this? Since you are traveling.
If I see something that would fit him, I would probably grab like just something that's like a little bit of a cushion for his little robotic body that clearly breaks very easily.
Okay. So, let me see what you have versus what he has. I'm going
Lamellar
to...
would probably be good because it's leather and it's still light, but it's reinforced.
What was that?
Lamellar would probably be good.
I am going to give you something easy, okay, to give him.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just add it to your bag of holding for you to give, okay?
Okay.
There you go. And then you can pass that to TikTok if you see it. Just one little thing. Okay?
Okay.
Good. Secrets. Small discoveries. Perfect. Great. Well, you have done your errands and you are headed back to camp. Or are you? If you actually are headed up there, you went to the smithy to find this light armor. And you would have also been noticed passing that little post at Bryn's.
Yeah.
When you hear a familiar voice call out to you as you're leaving the smithy.
Mm. I take it I recognize.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, as you are exiting the smithy, contemplating where you're going, what else you might need, the familiar voice calls out, Percival. I do think I need to see you for a moment.
Sure.
And then you hear a double knock and see the very same doors that Luthien left not too long ago opening.
I just take a very deep breath and just take a step into the building.
You didn't even see them, you just heard them. When the beautiful Emery, who still looks the same as we saw briefly earlier, leans across their counter, arms sort of crossed, chin resting on their hand, looking at you curiously, and it's like, so you are headed north, are you?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I believe.
I have a favor or a job for you.
Would he know that he's going north?
Well, it's he travels
My
north.
route is a circle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he came from the south side of the city, and you don't know what Emery knows.
That's fair.
So they were already headed north when you had all this happen. You were the only one who wasn't. But Emery asked, "You're heading north, aren't you?"
Yep. Just stopping in here for some supplies and companions.
Perfect. So, I have an associate also headed north for a city job. But they may need assistance trying to collect something that an experienced hand would need to help with. Are you interested?
Depends on if this is a me job or a Ylvanna job. of an experienced hand.
Emery just sort of waves a finger and says, come closer to the counter with the finger. Not saying it out loud.
Yeah, yep.
Yep. And then leans a little bit closer. Not that anybody can really hear anything. And it's just, I do believe this is a job for you. Since you are the one experienced in handling dangerous herbs, are you not?
Yeah. How dangerous are we talking?
Well, and starts to like adjust the collar of your coat while looking down at your clothes, and is just continuing to explain. Rumor has it that a new flower was discovered in Orblin, where your little friend was from. And as far as we're aware, whether it was just the tea they consumed making it, or whether they handled the flower directly, they're in a coma now. No longer awake, no longer thinking, can't even detect a thought or a dream in there. So I'd say, based off of both of our experiences, it's a little dangerous, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Good boy. Now, then you're willing to assist our associate, are you not?
Yeah, I don't really see any reason why I wouldn't.
Perfect. If you manage to actually successfully acquire this flower for this individual, and they bring it back to me successfully, what kind of payment? I'll give you an IOU. And you, of all people, know that that is not something I do.
It must be a pretty special flower.
I'd say so.
Yeah, I'll make sure that they get it.
Okay. Then you're going to be sent to meet up with one Luthien Amakiir. They're due to set off on the northern road before the end of the day, tasked with a document delivery. So, whether you meet them on the road or in Orblin itself, they have the description of the flower we're looking for.
Okay.
And then offers you a hand. It's like, deal.
I take their hand and I shake it. Deal.
Wisdom saving throw.
Fuck.
Oh!
You touched the naughty man.
21. Not 20.
Ooh.
You recognize the sensation of a binding word.
Oh. Okay.
This is a deal you cannot get out of.
Sovereign.
And we have a raid!
I mean, guests arriving.
Mackenzie Murdoch raided my stream.
On a scale of 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked.
You're fucked.
Barely, it appears a new morsel enters your court.
Hey.
And Percival,
Also-
this is the time where you respec as a warlock. Congratulations.
Also, I'm just gonna say this. Fuck you for trying to drag me into your bullshit. Nah.
Hey, listen,
That's
listen.
you.
Welcome in, Raiders.
That's all you.
My name's AeriFae. Call me AeriFae. Doesn't matter. I answer to either.
That is fucked up.
Oh my gosh. We hope you're
I'm
streaming
gonna take TikTok and go.
I may
Him and
have
I are
not
the only
introduced
pure ones in this party full of
you to them.
degenerates.
I may not have introduced you to them, but they most definitely know who you are.
Oh yeah. I mean, they did say your little
Motherfucker.
friend.
Exactly.
So
TikTok, you and I are
I'm
going
here trying
away.
to entertain the child with jingle keys from a mage hand, and you're trying to fucking throw me in with your shit? Hell nah.
Give me.
I was just getting clarification.
Oh my gosh.
Clarification.
All right, back to what we were talking about. Percival, you do recognize the sensation of a word bound to the soul. You have made a deal. You knew that this was going to happen anyways, whether you remembered or not. But after the fact, you just, yep, that was going to happen.
This is my life.
Of course, it's my first nat 20. That's ridiculous.
It's a nat 20 just to realize how screwed you are.
Yeah, realize, oh, you can't get out of this one, man. There's no sweet
Thank you, Luthien. But you can earn an IOU from a from Emery.
I know. That's why I'm like, that's a good ass deal.
Mm-hmm.
All just to get a flower.
All just to get a flower. Well,
it's a pretty flower, though.
It is. It is a very pretty flower. But, yeah. You have struck the deal, and Emery just gives you a...
Odd question.
Yes?
Does my paper only say just to provide the contents unopened? Does it say anything about the flower? Or is it just...
It just says to provide the contents unopened.
Okay.
Yeah. But Emery gives you a smile. One that you might consider seductive, depending on how you look at it. And just pats the back of your hand with their other hand while still holding yours and says, "Thank you. Then I look forward to this business. They have a sending stone already.
Okay.
So I will let them know your name now that you have agreed."
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. They're an elf, a lot shorter than yourself, with really pretty blue hair and features. I think that you'll recognize them pretty easily once you do find them. As they will be the only one on the road carrying officially marked canisters with paper. It'll just look like a map cartridge, a scroll tube. That's all. But
Okay.
I think you'll find them pretty easily. They may also be traveling with that patrolman, the guardian, Tavrick. That's his name?
I don't like that she knows my name.
What was that?
I said I don't like that she knows my name.
Not you, Percival.
Oh.
That would be the one that I know of. At least by name.
Oh, so you do know him. Perfect. Then you have a liaison to introduce you. Find them by chance on the road.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. A gift for you while you travel.
Oh.
And then points at the counter that they were leaning on not too long ago, where a small pouch is now sitting that you... Insight check?
An insight check?
Yes. You know, I'll give you the choice of insight or perception on this one.
Well, I just rolled insight and I got a 15.
Okay. So, while you were talking and they had your full attention for a minute, you wouldn't have noticed that it just appeared. You wouldn't know why it's there, but it just appeared as if summoned or an illusion was released. So,
Got it.
it's just a small basic pouch. And would you like to inspect the contents now or later?
Well, I guess now because I kind of know that this is a place of secrecy. So if it's like something that shouldn't be seen, I do want to notice what it is, or at least see if I could guess what it is by just the outside, like weight or shape of what's in the pouch.
So you're going to pick up the pouch and just inspect from there?
Yeah.
Emery just crosses their arms for a moment, again tucking their hand underneath their chin and just, what? Any guesses of what it is?
Not yet, but anything from you is obviously special.
Oh.
Well, you do know what we carry here, so there could be anything.
Exactly why I'm not opening it yet.
Perfect. Then, travel safe, and I look forward to seeing you in a few days. Were you invited to the Bloden Ball yet?
Was I? I don't think so.
You're just a wee merchant.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have.
You've only been invited to the basic festivities of the various towns. Primarily to the ones back home where your shop is. But Emery in this case is referencing specifically the Bloden Ball happening in Waterstar.
Yeah. No, sadly, I never got my invitation.
Well then, perhaps you'll earn one by the next year. Or who knows? Maybe you might get invited in the next couple days. Well, travel safe. We'll see you at Bloden. And then just waves a hand as if to say goodbye, and the door behind you to exit the building opens.
I also give a wave goodbye, kind of like passively as I turn around and walk out the door.
And you're gonna do a Constitution saving throw.
I didn't do one when I walked in.
I know. There was a reason. There was a reason.
That is a nat 20 plus 6. So that's a 26.
All right, then your stomach does a somersault and you're fine.
Not at all phased, but the moment I turn left to go around the corner, everything in my body relaxes and exhales, and I immediately crumple physically. Just the pressure.
All right. So then,
down to my carriage.
Yep. You are all heading back to the carriage located next to the stable on the southern side of the city. What are Ylvanna and TikTok doing down here?
Not Ylvanna specifically, but I'm recovering.
Were we like, was Ylvanna like selling things or something?
Yeah, Ylvanna was supposed to be selling potions and small goods.
That's why the mage hand is distracting you.
Yeah, just anyone that comes up to the carriage because they know that that's my shop essentially.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, TikTok is learning what money is for the first time.
Thank you for the word, Mackenzie.
I've just given you like a handful of coins and you're like putting them in piles, counting the coins.
Oh, so that is how you define haggling.
Yes, TikTok. Yes, it is. I just
Understandable.
I just pat their head, just like yes.
Thank you. That was quite enjoyable.
Glad you had fun, little one.
Okay.
It was quite entertaining to see you use Mage Hand to entertain me.
God, it's so fucking cute.
I love how she's not even questioning. I love how she's not even questioning how he knows what Mage Hand is.
Right.
I'm distracted by the cuteness.
Like, oh, it knows what a mage hand is.
Yep.
I'm too distracted by the cuteness.
Yep. So
my judgment
Ylvanna
is
has been teaching TikTok the art of haggling and selling things, and Percival has been shopping, and Tavrick should be approaching by now. And then Luthien would be shortly behind. Luthien would beat Percival back if they managed to find Tavrick in this time. So Tavrick, you approaching the carriage?
Tavrick?
Paladin.
He's recovering.
Sorry. I'm out of it. I'm sorry. What am I doing?
Approaching the carriage.
Oh, yeah. Fucking. Sorry.
The last thing
Yeah,
that
I'd
you
probably
did
just-
was leaving Luthien after the courier approached you and gave you your release of duties papers to be able to go on to supervise Luthien.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the information you discovered you can share with Ylvanna if you choose to, or wait until Percival's around. Whatever you choose to do.
Yeah, I'll wait till Percival's around. I'll let
Really
them
want
know.
to explain it once.
Yeah, that way I only have to explain it once. Basically, I'll tell them my associate and I will be going towards Oberlin?
Orblin.
Orblin. Yeah.
Sorry.
Orbland.
Orblin.
We'll be going to Orblin to complete a delivery, and they are more than welcome to come with us if they would like. And that maybe we could get some additional information. Or no, I can't say that. I'll leave that part out. I'll probably say it once we're out of the city. Sorry, I'm really out of it.
Okay, bud.
You're okay.
But yeah, they'll be. I'll tell them to come with us.
Okay. So then after you have collected trouble, done anything you need for your own personal supplies, knowing you're going in a different direction, while the weather is still a little chilly during the evenings and night, the sun is still high at the moment, reaching peak afternoon, and you guys know that you need to pack up and head towards North End soon. Luthien, do you think you would have found Tavrick by the stable, or you agreed to meet on the north end of the city?
I would probably be waiting for them at the north end of the city, simply because before I left, Tavrick didn't give me where the carriage was,
Okay.
and I didn't want to waste time looking around because time is valuable in this instance.
Perfect. So then that would have given you time to check the bazaar nearby or the shop next to the Alchemical Association for anything you might want on the road. Is there anything in particular you would like to purchase before you start to leave the city?
Not at the moment. I would probably just sit down and actually have some lunch so that Embry doesn't yell at me.
Perfect. Yep, because you know that they will. So then you're sitting off to the side of the road, a little north of the bathhouses, looking at the Rosalind Bay across from the docks. Not quite in Gambler's Wit, but across the road from it. And this is where, after Percival gets back to the carriage, that's where they will find you. So Percival, we are heading back to the carriage with you now. You have all of your things. You have your personal quest. And you find Tavrick just collecting himself and making sure his horse is good to go, and that helping Ylvanna pack up your carriage so that you guys can all sort of hit the road as soon as you are ready to roll, after Ylvanna has made the sales and taught TikTok how to haggle.
Yeah. I kind of hop into the back of the carriage and start putting away all of the groceries and organizing everything into the back there.
Okay. And then
leaving the spell components on me.
Gotcha. Tavrick, do you want to speak with them as they're packing things up, or do you just want to follow behind on your horse as you guys are preparing to exit the city?
Like, talk to him inside the city?
That's what I'm asking.
No.
Okay. So you're just following behind. You guys have loaded up the carriage. You've driven through the city. Pardon me. You get to the north end, and before you even say anything, you, Tavrick, find Luthien sitting a little south of the Northern Guards Gate, a little east of the docks on the Roslyn Bay, just enjoying their food and nature. Approach, say what you would like. Introduce them to the rest of the party.
Yeah. So as we're kind of pulling up, I'll say, Luthien, there you are. I hope everything went well and you've gathered everything you need to. I apologize.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I apologize about the delay, but these were the friends that I had mentioned. This is Percival. He is a apothecary. I've bought many potions and such from him. This is Ylvanna, a close friend of his, and I kind of gesture towards TikTok, and I just go, and this is TikTok, the individual I had asked you about.
The child.
The child.
Their child.
Hello there.
And Luthien, at first, when Tavrick calls out to her, she is startled, so you'll see her, like, visibly kind of jump up, because in her mind, she's still in work hours, so someone being that loud is very startling to her.
I'm sorry.
So, like, she presses a hand to her chest, gets up, her food is all finished, lunchbox is packed away, and she gives a small little, like, bow of her head, and she's just like, "Greetings, I'm Luthien. It is a pleasure to meet all of you."
Percival.
And seems a little bit awkward, because she, besides Tavrick and the people at the Hall of Records and Tomes, she doesn't have much interaction with others.
All right. Percival, you will recall, and you are welcome to ask for their last name if you would like, or ask them or Tavrick, but you will recall that this is who you were told to assist, potentially, as long as the last name is correct. Okay?
I think the moment that I noticed is very...
they described them to you.
Yeah. They told me what they looked like. I kind of clock it, give myself my own little bow, and be like, Percival T. Sellerman, at your service.
Yes, so wonderful to meet you, Percival. Tavrick has mentioned you a few times.
Did he now?
Just like turn around slowly.
I just kind of like clear my throat, like it was strictly I was praising your health potions.
And I'm sure the plethora of times you've mentioned their name, you were also praising their work ethic, yes?
Anyway, let's continue to Oberlin.
Ylvanna's just got a smirk as she's like on the carriage, just smirking on as this is going on.
And you see his cheeks like start to blush red a little bit. As he starts making his way towards the gate, but he will reach down and offer Luthien a hand to hop up onto the back of his horse if she would like.
She would take his hand and hop up behind him.
I was gonna say you would have a choice between the horse and the carriage, technically.
Oh,
especially if you haven't finished eating.
Yeah.
That is did you want to take the carriage?
She ends up going, "Thank you for the offer, Tavrick. However, I do need to finish eating. Mr. Sellerman, would it be all right if I rode in the carriage with you? And your other companions?" Why, thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Why don't you just go
out a hand?
Hey, listen.
I'm kidding.
Tavrick would also have the option, if offered or asked, to have Trouble attached to the back of the carriage and just ride the carriage. You can give Trouble a break.
Ooh,
You know
that's
what?
very
Why
cute.
not just put Trouble in the carriage? Let's all just pile in there, you know?
Put Trouble in the carriage. I'll walk.
That's not
Oh
happening.
my god.
I'm pretty sure 3 people can sit in the coach, and more than 3
Yeah.
people can definitely sit in the back of the carriage. So
Very true.
You know,
Um,
fine. You guys go ahead. I'll take TikTok and put him in front of me like a fucking child.
yeah, sorry, the cop's not taking the illegal child. That's not
Yeah, that's not
Oh.
happening. Ylvanna just sends like a little glare and slowly like pulls TikTok closer to her.
TikTok just like kind of like, oh, are we going this way now?
I do think Tavrick would probably be like, oh, okay, yeah, you can ride in the carriage, and just at like being the guardsman, he will stay on his horse just to kind of, I guess, be a little farther ahead of the carriage and kind of be a scout in a sense.
Yeah.
Where it's like just kind of keeping an eye on everything.
Well, didn't you need to have a conversation with them after you get out of the city?
Yes. Once we are about 10 minutes out from the city, I'll kind of slow down and pull up next to them on the carriage. And I will inform them, or I guess I'll slow down and pull up. I'll go, Percival.
Yeah.
A word?
Oh boy.
Regarding your stray friend over there, he doesn't show up in any records in the city.
You can include Luthien in this conversation, by the way.
Oh.
You're all traveling together now.
That's right.
Yeah, we're all in the carriage. We're all hearing.
And we're outside of the city.
And Luthien had information to give you themselves.
Okay. Fuck. I guess I'll just ride in the fucking carriage then.
Yep, that's why I was offering it.
Okay. I will ride in the carriage. And about 10 minutes later, I will say, all right, we need to have a discussion regarding your friend here, TikTok.
Hello, that is my name.
Luthien, you said you had some additional information on them that you couldn't tell me in the city.
And Luthien, like, she was like fork held up mid-bite.
Oh, I feel bad. God, why?
Sets her food down and to the side, runs a hand like over her hair, which is very neatly like braided into a bun, sort of a situation. And she just, yes, so this is going to sound weird. I know that this is going to sound weird, but if something's not documented in the records, then it's not likely something that anyone should know about, or it's something antiquated past the point of our records do not reach back that far. And she would turn to TikTok and go, TikTok, is there anything that you can tell me about who you are? What is your purpose?
Hello, my name is TikTok. My purpose is to assist and serve my master. Creator.
Who is the master?
He would like the, you know how like when your computer starts like overheating?
Like blue screens? Yeah.
It
Okay.
was like you hear like the fans running a lot louder.
I hear the
as
whirring
he's like
again.
thinking. He's like searching. Data not found. Data not found. Well, that's discouraging. Hello.
Hello, my name is TikTok.
Just had a full system reboot for the last 30 seconds.
Well, that's depressing.
Windows shut down.
Windows shut down. Oh, yes.
And so she would kind of give Percival and Tavrick and just everyone else kind of a look of whatever you do not let him be found out. Take my word for it. Do not.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
I'm not gonna hide a toddler.
How to hide a toddler.
Does anybody else have any other questions or lines of discussion as we are traveling to Orblin?
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
TikTok would just copy Percival and like stood up and bowed towards Luthien and it's like introduced himself.
He's so cute. All Percival's doing and while the carriage is moving is organizing and taking stock as they're traveling.
Excellent. Seeing
I'm
what was
actually being
sold.
a responsible driver.
All
yeah,
right.
seeing what was sold, if I needed more materials or whatever.
Perfect.
What? I was gonna ask TikTok. I will go so given your hat, are you magic? Do you hit things hard? Do you
hit
I am programmed with a variety of different utensils and tools, as well as the capabilities of performing semantic, verbal, and material components to cast a variety of spells and abilities. How can I be assistance?
when Tavrick when Tavrick hears this, is that weird? Is
No.
a wizard weird
No.
in these
Magic
okay.
is not weird. Potions and spells are not weird.
I didn't mean to say
The
weird.
only
I meant more like
the only thing that's odd is what he is and the fact that he doesn't know the law of the land and doesn't fit in.
Okay.
He is the weird part, not what he can do, just him.
Well,
okay.
I could see Luthien like beginning to educate TikTok a little bit more about the law of the land. And like she starts out in a very like how you would teach a child way,
Yeah.
kind of explaining the rules and the regulations and the Book of the Exalted and so on and so forth. So then he can begin to fit in a bit more. And she poses it as like, hey TikTok, I have some data for you about this world. Would you like to come over here and learn?
Absolutely. That sounds fantastic and intriguing. Percival, I will go educate and learn from Luthien.
And so Luthien is just like going into everything that TikTok will need to know to begin to fit in and act a bit more normal.
Perfect. All right then. So then the first portion of your journey, you are heading towards Orblin. I'll give you the first half of the ride to give that information and education so TikTok can absorb reason of the land to better behave and understand why and how to fit in for his safety and to better serve he who he doesn't know at this moment. But we will finish off this evening and this portion of the campaign with you guys traveling, having these discussions until you make camp halfway to Orblin, 4 hours into the 8-hour drive that it is. And that is where we will pick up next time.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
So.
Fuck
Hey.
yeah, my guy.
Hey, Ari.
Yes.
Oh no.
Do we level up?
No. No, not yet.
What would we level up from?
We did so.
So much happened.
I know, I'm joking.
So much did happen, though, as far as discovery and quests given. So this is What do you think? We're
I'm excited.
Session
Yeah,
one.
I love it.
We did it.
Hey, Lefty. Can
Yeah.
TikTok and Luthien bond over art? Because he's probably going to see her sketching a little bit, and since he likes to draw birds, he sees her sketching and is just like, do you draw birds too?
Yes, definitely.
Oh,
It was like, look at my
my
masterpieces.
And I could
Alrighty.
see her like teaching him a little bit more about art and how to sketch and things like that.
That is so fucking wholesome.
Oh, I don't have the YouTube command. Alrighty. Well then, don't forget to write out your notes. You do have your own
Oh, fuck.
channels in the servers for doing that. I noticed a couple of you were keeping notes as we went as far as critical information or quests you were given or
I have
materials
it
you were
in the
given.
notebook, fine.
If not, this recording will also be up for my players, not just our viewers. Those of you in chat, there is my socials link, which leads to my website, which leads to all of my socials. I'll have to grab the YouTube link, but 2 to 4 weeks after, I'll have an edited copy of each VOD posted to my YouTube dedicated to this campaign. There's the Discord if you'd like to join. Thank you for the raids, thank you for the follows, and thank you for joining this time on Anathema Rising, Crescent Heart. Any last minute comments or questions from the rest of you guys?
Soft
Nope.
tacos.
Soft tacos! Oh my god, we need a TikTok soft tacos meme, please.
I
Paladin.
just want to like.
Everybody say goodbye to chat.
Bye,
Bye.
Until,
Chat.
What were you saying?
until next time.
Until next time.
God, you're adorable.
Who are we gonna raid?
If you don't have anyone, I have people online, so just let me know.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
I have too many people live.
But yes, thank you everybody for hanging out. Many kisses. We'll see you in 2 weeks. 2 weeks for episode 2. We'll see you then. And then, who knows, we might do some extra fun on my birthday that same Sunday.
Ooh.
Ooh.
It's gonna be Overwatch.
Good night.
Good night.